because I know how to do it inside and out, and looking for something to, um, what they're showing me is to spice it up a little bit.
Okay.
um, so yes, the timing of the surgery versus the career change is definitely divinely inspired. Um, they're just asking you to kind of slow down just a tiny bit. There's some things that need
Okay.
to align, okay? And so this healing period that you're going through is giving that chance to align all the right people, all the right places, and the time. Um,
Okay.
Hold on just a second.
Perfect.
So they're also showing me that there is with the surgery as well, right? What they're showing me is like your mouth sewn shut, right? It's like mum's the word. It's like mum's the word. Like there's something you want to say, there's something that you want to do, and they're like, mum's the word, not right now. And so there's a piece of it that you're kind of struggling with on that front. It's like part of you is wanting to speak your truth and speak out to it, and part of you is kind of like, no, I'm not going to say anything right now. Um, so they're kind of shifting a little bit on me. So they're saying um, it's also a matter of kind of sitting back and just taking a look at everything that's going on around you, right? It's this moment of pause to look at everything that you have sitting around you. And because you're in this healing process, it's giving you a chance to do that, to take pause, to sit back and go, okay, let's think about this. Let's strategize, right? So we have a plan going forward. It's not like just charging forward and saying, okay, here I am. It's so it's really about you taking this time for yourself. And that's something that's a little hard for you to do because you are constantly on fire. You're constantly going. And so this is giving you a chance to take a step back and take a breath and really enjoy some of the things around you. Because you've been like on autopilot for so long, right? That you're missing out on the little things.
Okay. That makes sense.
Make okay.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay. So during this time, make sure that you nurture yourself, that you do some things that you normally wouldn't do when you have your hair on fire, right? So take advantage of those things and really indulge in them and really enjoy them. Process, you're going to want to get back on that horse and go again, and you're going to be in fast motion again. So this is just giving you and your body time to be in the moment, to be in that present moment, and really enjoy that.
Okay. But you think that Spirit wants me to make a career change, or no? After my healing process.
Yeah, I'm getting that that would be a good thing for you. It would be a
Okay.
positive, it'd be a positive change.
Okay. Beautiful.
They're telling me that, it could be a little bit of a challenge for you, because it's going to be something completely different, something that you haven't done before, right? But it's going to bring a level of excitement back to you and back into your life.
Okay. That's great.
Let me see if there's anything else here. Hold on.
Yeah.
They're showing me that you're doing a lot of writing. Are you doing a lot of journaling, or does your current job have you doing a lot of writing of some type?
My current job does, yeah.
Okay. Are you journaling? Because I'm feeling like you have a very creative mind. And so writing or journaling is kind of that outlet for you. It kind of sets your mind at ease, almost puts you in like a meditative state when you're writing. It's like you're creating, and things are just flowing, right? So be sure to keep that up.
Okay.
Even if you take a few minutes at night, to just write and be creative. Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. I hope your healing goes well. Take very good care.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the reading, and you have a good evening.
Thank you. You too. Next, we have another caller. Erica in Iowa is here with us tonight. Good evening, Erica, and welcome to your time to shine.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. What can we do for you this evening?
Just like a reading or whatever.
Okay.
I'm not sure what all you offer.
Yeah, I can offer a reading, a general reading, or if you have a question in particular that you're looking to get answered, I can do that too.
Just a general would be great.
Okay, perfect. Let me tune in to see what the messages are for you. And while I do that, there's going to be a little moment of silence, and then I'll be right back with you, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Erica. So, what they were showing me is that it's like you've been feeling very flat.
Yeah.
Just kind of blah. And they're saying it's time to get up and go. Those were literally the words I was getting. It's time to get up and go.
Okay.
So, what they're
why I'm
showing
feeling
me.
that way is I lost my mom back like 2 years ago on Good Friday. Like it was sudden. Like ever since then I've been like different.
Okay. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. That's a very difficult time. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
So yeah, they're saying that it's time to get up and go, to move forward. And what that means is it doesn't mean that you forget what happened, or, you know, you're still in the grieving process, and that's okay. But it's a matter of getting up and finding that something that sparks you again, right? Whatever that is. Finding that passion in life, and finding that peace that makes you sing, that makes you want to get up in the morning and hit the ground running. Okay.
Right.
So they're saying you've had a lot of responsibility and pressure on you over the last little bit, and there's been so much going on that there hasn't been a lot of time for you. There hasn't been a lot of time for anything fun or anything to make your heart sing. And so, you know, they're asking you to get out and either go out and
Probably
do some
because I'm a
things.
stay-at-home mom, and my husband's an over-the-road truck driver, and like between him and I, we've been having our differences here lately, and like I just feel like everything's on me. All the responsibilities, taking care of the kids and the housework and all that.
Right. Yeah, that, okay, makes total sense. So if you can even carve out even a short amount of time for yourself, if you can get out and have, you know, an hour to yourself, you know, coffee with a friend, anything like that, to just have some time for you. Maybe that is, you know, saying, you know, I get 30 minutes at night to do what I want to do, right? Whether that, maybe that's reading a book, maybe that is taking a bath. I don't know what that looks like for you, but doing
I wait
something.
till the kids go to bed to have my me time.
Yeah.
I can get like hardly any help from my husband when he's home.
Okay.
Like he can take care of our kids.
Okay. Even if maybe sometime during the day, if it's possible, or on a weekend, even if you can get together with another friend, another mom, and even if the kids are with you, maybe, you know, making an outing of it, going to a park or doing something where you can get some interaction with some friends, or do something fun like that. It may not be 100%, you know, being about you, but at least you can get a little bit of joy in having a conversation with somebody else, right?
Yeah, that's I joined Girl Scout, our Girl Scout troop, whatever. I'm a co-leader, so it's like this is my second year. Like that's my main outing usually on the weekend.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, my daughter was in Girl Scouts. I was a co-mom as well. So those can be some really great and fun times. So definitely, you know, definitely use that piece of it to your advantage.
Yeah,
but also, you know,
getting ready to do our shells for Girl Scout cookies now. So
yeah, right. Right. Oh my gosh, the Thin Mint cookies. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we got a new one this year. It's a raspberry cookie. So like everything's like changed completely. Where like the raspberry ones are you can only purchase those online. But they look pretty good.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to go find some Girl Scout cookies.
That and the Toasties, they're awesome. They're like cinnamon toast crunch cereal kind of. They're like amazing.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Now I'm gonna have to go find Girl Scout cookies.
I'm excited to do this. So
yeah,
what my daughter likes, she likes me being like a co-leader to help out. So like that's her and our time together.
That's awesome. Those are the perfect kinds of things that you need to be doing right now to kind of fill your tank, right? To be able to fill yourself up with some joy and some happiness, right? So, and definitely, you know, make sure that you're taking time after the kids go to bed to have that time for you, and make it a real sacred, special time, right? Make sure that you are, you know, I don't know how to explain this, but make sure that you're fully into it, if that makes sense. you know, whatever that looks like for you. Light a candle, right? Read a book, whatever that is. But make it this sacred space and sacred time for you. Okay.
All right.
Because the more that you can do those types of things, that's going to be that get up and go that you actually need. Okay. As the days get nicer, right? And our weather starts getting a little bit nicer and you can get out more, you can get out in the weather. That's also going to help, right? Being outdoors, you're very much an outdoor kind of person. You gravitate towards that. And so that's also going to help kind of fill that tank up. Thank you, Erica, for joining us tonight. I want to thank all of you for joining me this evening. Catch me over on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Have a wonderful night, everybody.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday. And we are here on the beautiful A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am your mini medium. And I have to tell you, my brain's a little scattered today. I've been so crazy busy. But I'm excited to connect with callers today because even more so than I always am every week. But we are entering into a beautiful flower moon, which is the full moon that is coming on Friday. So right before the full moon, about 2 to 3 days before the full moon, we can start to feel the energy. We can start to do our full moon work. And I decided that I think I'm going to really put in even more time and effort during this full moon. I usually put my crystals and my stones out, and I put some water and make my moon water. And I'm a huge believer of the energy of the moon, and the moon water really is unbelievable. I use it for watering my plants and for drinking, of course, and other things. But so hopefully here today, tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe a little into Monday, you can find some time to just go outside and soak up all of the beautiful moon energy. I always say I love to be out in the sun and sunbathe, but I love even more to moonbathe. So hoping that for sure. We're still in the crazy Mercury retrograde, and I don't know about you all, but I have been feeling it. I've had lots of issues with technology and, some crazy obstacles and stuff thrown my way. But I truly feel it's all about how we respond, how we react to the obstacles and whatnot. So I really feel that that's all that it really is how we respond and react to all of the issues that come in our life. And I hope that I've responded and reacted accordingly to the universe. Um, so anyway, good things coming, and we're just about out of that retrograde energy, and we're also here in Utah. It's finally getting warm. So excited that we're not seeing all the snow. We here in Utah, one of our ski resorts, I believe it's Altus, record snowfall, and we had 900 inches. 900 inches of snow. I can't even comprehend that. It's insane. Anyway, but yes, we're in spring. It's getting warmer, and I am very, very happy. On Wednesdays, and the so Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And also we're almost into the full moon energy on Friday. And I am so ready to absorb and take in all of that beautiful flower moon energy. And very much can feel it. This Mercury retrograde that we're in has caused so much craziness. And I'm ready for that to be over and really to see some calmness in every aspect. Things have been a little wonky. Electronically, things have gone really kind of crazy. And then also other things. Jinxing it with the Mercury retrograde. It's so crazy. Anyway, so I am your mini medium and on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And as usual, I love to do the weekly affirmation. So we'll do that. And the number that I am and have been drawn to today is the number 14. So we'll see how that 14 connects with callers. And also, after I do the podcast on my Stephanie's Tarot Reading page on Facebook, I do about 2 hours of free readings. So if you are listening and you are interested, hop on Stephanie's Tarot Readings on Facebook and you can watch and see. We have such a great group of people that join, and just it's beautiful energy. Even if you aren't chosen to receive a free reading, just to sit and observe and just enjoy the responses from those who do. It's I feel very uplifting, and I would love to be able to read everybody that gets on my free readings, but unfortunately, we get about 100 people, so that would be very hard. But so yes, if you're interested, hop on my live. That is going to be tonight at 7:45 p.m. Mountain Time. All right, so here is the beautiful affirmation for today. It says that I am thankful for many things, and my gratitude attracts abundance into my life. I'll repeat it again, right? I am thankful for many things, and my gratitude attracts abundance into my life. So, very much so, there you go, is really how we respond to, the good and the bad in our life. And depending on how we respond, then, that will attract what we're supposed to, right? Or how is that law of attraction, basically. So, if you've ever seen the movie The Secret, there you go. There's part of what that is. But and that number 14 has been the number that I have been seeing and very drawn to today. So hopefully that connects with with any of my callers or any of the ones that I connect with tonight on my Facebook page. But never doubt it. Every time I get these numbers, it connects just beautifully, and I have to listening to that beautiful intuition, and listening to my spirit guides, connecting with all of my beautiful gifts is one of the most important, I feel, things that I can do to give back and to share my gifts with many now all around the world, which is really exciting. And thank you to A1R Psychic Radio for giving me this opportunity, because now I have met so many people around the world and I would not have been able to do it without them. So thank you. Thank you. All right. and craziness and connections, but we just roll with it. That is just helping. But some energy rid of my guys or with the souls that are in the spiritual world. So I'm excited to see where this goes, and hopefully this connects with the callers that we connect with tonight. So I'm ready whenever for my first caller. Okay, connecting with and when you roll with the punches, with the good and the bad this way. So you know what, I'm gonna actually, I feel like which, you know, I just thought about that. My amazing producer, we're trying to work things through the technical issues, and I just thought about this, that our loved ones in the spiritual world will mess with electronics. Their energy does this. So very much so that could be where a lot of the technical issues are coming from. But if anything, I feel like that number 14 is connecting with someone. So as I wait for my first caller, I am going to count these cards out and see if that connects with any of the we get today. But like I said, you roll with the punches, and that's how it is on live radio. But a couple things that I would love to I'll talk about until we get our first caller. I have had, or will have, I should say, a beautiful opportunity to go to South Africa here soon, and hopefully that will help with this energy that's kind of that residual left. But so weird. Hi, Jamie. Oh,
Hello?
okay. Hi, Jamie. Can you
Hi,
hear
how
me
are
okay?
you? I can hear you
Oh my
perfectly,
gosh,
yes.
I'm good. Oh, good, good, good. I'm so sorry. I'm telling you, I was just telling the producer that whenever we start to connect with loved ones in the spiritual world, they will mess with your technology. And
Right,
so I think, gosh,
right.
maybe that's what's going on. So with that said, how can I help you?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know how this works. I just, do I ask
Oh,
a question or do you, yeah? Well, I was
whatever.
just
Yep.
wondering, huh? Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying
Are you
whatever
there?
you would like, my friend. Yes.
All right, well, my question to you, I guess, is about my mother. And I was just wondering if she is, kind of with me on a daily, I live in her house. She passed away 2 years ago. And certain things happen here, and I just wasn't sure if it was her. I don't know if you would know that or whatever, but
Yeah.
just
Oh,
wondering if she's with me a lot.
yeah. I love that. Um, no, I really feel, for one, that there's a reason. There's a reason why the technology was going kind of crazy a bit ago, And I was actually mentioning that I could feel the presence of a soul, and I've done mediumship and been a medium, a practicing medium for about 27 years. And
Oh, wow.
so I just, yeah, a long time. And I just go with it now. And just, I actually love when we have some technical problems. Probably is laughing, thinking, "Oh my gosh, this is not something that he's excited about." Really quick, I have great connection here. I'm gonna move me. Okay, maybe that will help. I don't know, Dave. I'm so sorry, but okay. Are you there, Janie? Can you hear me?
I I can hear you perfectly fine. Yes.
Okay, good. We just keep pausing. It is so crazy. But do you connect with the number 14 with your mom?
Oh, no, I connect with 14 with my daughter who is living.
With your
That's her birthday.
Okay, no, perfect. Okay, beautiful. Okay. So when I start to channel your loved ones in the spiritual world, they'll give me signs, and numbers is very important. And as I have felt the soul of someone who I'm feeling this could very well be mom, um, she kept showing me the number 14. So for me, that could be just her beautiful way of validating. Okay. All right. So I really do feel that 14 that I was saying is just mom's way of validating her granddaughter's birthday. Does that make sense?
Okay. It does, because her and my daughter were very close.
Okay, perfect. And then your mom is also bringing up and showing me the month of May, or This is so, no, yeah, this is so crazy. Okay. All right. So mom is showing me the month of May or the 5th of a month. Do you connect with that with mom?
I do connect with May because we bought her house 2 years ago in May this month.
Okay.
So we
Beautiful.
moved in.
Okay.
I don't know what day it was. But I know we moved in May.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay. Boy, I'll have to tell you, Jamie, your mom is a strong energy. She
Oh,
is
good, good, good,
incredible.
good.
Oh, she is. And, um, I've been doing this a really, a long time and, uh, have never on any of my shows had this energy be so powerful that it is just, caused things to go kind of crazy with technology.
Oh my
And for
gosh!
me,
Wow!
oh yeah, never have had it. So for
Wow!
me, this, yeah, it's actually it's a beautiful validation that I feel your mom is really wanting you to know that she has that energy back. I can feel her. She's a very busy soul. She is
Yes.
nonstop, and
He was
and
nonstop.
I feel
Nice.
like oh oh just wanting to help everybody. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. My
Yeah.
mother was like that. Yep. Mhm.
Yep. And I feel like that's why her energy is just so amazing. And so I know I have just a few minutes here, but uh, and I can feel your mom, and I can hear her kind of giggling in that way of her knowing that uh, how powerful she is. But I would love to, if you would like, continue your reading after we're done with the show, and for free, of course, just because mom was so powerful. I about It's at 7:45 tonight on my Facebook page. I offer free readings for about 2 hours, and so if you have Facebook and you are interested, I would love to do the reading on my live for you tonight. And
Oh, that would be
even,
awesome.
yeah, yeah. So my Facebook is Stephanie's Tarot Readings. They're very
Hold
simple.
on. Let me write this down real quick. So Stephanie
Yeah, you're
Tarot
good.
readings.
Yeah, yeah. About 7:45, and
It's 8:30
and
here.
is okay. Okay, so you're about an hour ahead of me. So
Okay.
yeah. And so I'm in mountain time, but hop on and comment that who you are, and then I will pull you in and we'll do a reading just as we are kind of now. I've got about 2 minutes, but I do want to tell you your mom keeps showing me, and she's so happy that you're redoing the house. She keeps showing me remodeling and changing things.
We did. Oh my gosh, we did.
Yes, and she
We
loves what
really
you've done.
ripped the whole house out and redid
Yeah,
everything. Oh my gosh, no way.
yeah, and she's so elated because she knew that this needed to be done. To in order for it to be more of yours and feel like it was your home. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense. I mean, when she was alive, it was just 2 years ago. She wanted us to put new doors in and this and that. And then so when we bought the house, we redid everything. And I always said, Mom, if you could see your house now, and we're continuously doing things.
I love it. I love it. Well, I can't wait to see you on my live tonight. I've got about 20 seconds, but please hop on, let me know you're there, and we'll continue this, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're welcome, hon. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, guys. What a night. You just go with the flow. I am Stephanie, your mini medium, and we'll see you guys next week. Happy full moon. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne with PsychicPaths.com. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, which means I can speak to past loved ones. It's been a wonderful day. It's spring in the air, and I hope everyone is ready for the full lunar moon on the 5th of this month. It's in Scorpio. So we will be dealing with letting go of the things that we no longer need or does not benefit us. And we will be delving into secrets and mysteries, and it will be doing a lot of helping us work through the things that are underneath the veil, underneath what we see and what we know. So I think it will be very transforming for everyone. It is called the flower moon, and how fitting for the beginning of summer and spring. So yes, yeah, I would like to say that if you would like a personal private reading with me, you can email me, and my website is there, psychicpaths.com, and just let me know what time and what day works for you. I will be in Alexandria, Minnesota on the 20th of May at a psychic fair. We have Lindy in Melbourne. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
Oh, anything that I am making a move, so if you can get anything that could guide me on that would be good.
Okay. So what I'm getting from spirit is you're apprehensive. You're there's an excitement, but yet there's an anxiety with that. Is that how you're feeling? Like excited and
Yeah,
apprehension?
I'm excited. Yeah, well, it's a big change for me. I've lived here all my life.
Hang on, I'm seeing what spirit has to say. From what I get from spirit, now you have the place, right?
I don't have a place to go to, no, not yet.
Okay.
I have my daughter's house, but I don't have my own place yet.
I feel like spirit is going to drop, let me say universe, God is going to drop a place right in your lap, and it's going to be where you want to be and where you need to be. It's going to suit
that's
you.
what I feel too. That's great. That's what I feel too, but it's still like a big change for me.
I feel like this moving is for your benefit. Anyway, so I feel like it's just going to drop right into your lap. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, I'm so glad that you held on. We're having some kind of issue. Um,
Oh, yep.
so I just feel like whatever is happening, even though it's kind of exciting and a little anxiety ridden, I feel like it's what you need and you will be where you need to be. And I just feel like you're gonna blossom.
Oh,
Uh,
that's nice.
I I do.
Hello?
Yes. Did you hear what I just said?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I lost you.
I sense that it's going to be a white brick building. It's going to be brick, but it will be white brick or tan brick.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Um, do you feel like I'll work up there?
White brick.
Brick. Okay.
Are you with me? I
Yeah,
feel like
I'm
it's going to
here.
be a white brick building or a light brown building. And I feel like it's really pretty and it has some flowers in the front.
Oh, do you feel like it's a house or an apartment?
I feel like I get a sense that it's an apartment, but it feels also like a
Okay.
house. So
Okay.
what is called a townhome, but you should know it because it's got a white or tan brick and it's really pretty. It's got flowers in the front of it. And I just feel like
Okay. Is
it's
it near the
right. Go ahead.
is it near the ocean?
Yes, I seen that.
Yeah.
Yes. Um, but you'll know it when you see it and you're going to love it.
Oh,
That's what
fantastic.
I'm
Thank you
picking
so
up.
much.
And
Yeah.
the things that have felt like they've been holding you back are no longer going to hold you back. Because I
Yeah.
feel like you've had dreams and goals and wanted to do certain things, but it seems like you've been blocked. And so
Yeah.
this move is going to help you get to the things that you want to do and be the
Yeah.
person you want to be. So I'm really excited for you. This is a good
Oh,
thing.
thank you. Oh, thank you so much.
Yes.
That's great.
Well, thank you so much for calling and thank you for letting me share and thank
accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
Hello, everyone. I am Suzanne Marie. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am a clairvoyant and a medium, and we are here to do readings. So if you would like a reading, please call in. We're here all night. So I would enjoy a really good caller and a really good reader, a reading. Oh my goodness. So my theme is love one another, and love is power. And we all need to show our kindness to one another as human beings. Love is power. And so we need a lot more of that to be able to survive what's going on with the rest of the world. As humans, we have that conscious mind ability to be kind and use our love. So with that, that's enough said of that. What's ending is Mars in Neptune, and that is ending right now. So all the confusion and all of the strong energy, real strong energy, because Mars is Aries, and Aries is the god of war, in Neptune, and Neptune is the dreamer and the illusions and part of psychic ability. But when it's stuck in something like Mars, it's really combating. And so we've had this for quite a while, and now it's ending. So I'm glad that it's ending, and I hope everyone feels a sense of release and a sense of peace, since that has gone direct out of those. So, yeah. So I am ready for a caller. So get busy. And oh, Clara. Hello. Clara from
Hi.
New Jersey. Hi, how are you tonight?
Yes. Very good. Thank you.
Good, good. What can I answer for you tonight?
Well, I want to see if my fiance comes through.
Okay. Give me one minute with spirit, and see what spirit has to say. So did he pass like a year ago?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And he was kind of young. I get the feeling he was young. I also get the feeling that he seems to be a humorous man.
Yeah.
He seemed to be joking. He's joking with you. I see him doing some
Yes.
kind of little joke with you. He let's see what else he has to say. Did he have some pretty eyes? Because what's standing
Yes.
out with him is his eyes. I'm trying to get a sense of his passing. Was it a quick passing? Because it doesn't seem like he suffered long, and it doesn't seem like an illness to me, because he's not bringing that up. He's not bringing up the time of going through something. And it could be that he doesn't want to bring it up, but I'm getting the feeling that he may have passed without knowing. Do I make? He just didn't know, and so when I ask him how he passed, he's kind of like, "I passed." It's like, okay, well, that doesn't give a lot of information. Did he have a dog? Because he's bringing up a dog.
Yes.
Okay. He's okay. He's all right. He has a lot of peace and a lot of joy where he is on the other side. And if you could hear him, you could hear that in his voice, the serenity that he feels. But he's telling me he didn't have that on earth. He didn't have it in this reality. He's telling me that when he was here, he was worried a lot, and it would be in his voice, a worry. And that's not there. He wants you to know that that's not there anymore. So do you have a living room lamp that flickers? Because he is showing me a lamp. That's him.
Yes.
That's your. Go ahead.
Does he come at night? Because they see a lot of boards in the house.
He does.
He's
always around you. Yes, he's watching you. And his calling card to me is that lamp. Because when he's by that lamp, it seems to flicker.
Yes.
He loves you very, very much. And he wants you to know that he left, but it wasn't his choice. He had no choice in the matter. And he wanted you to know that he misses you. And he's with you. He's with you all the time.
I feel him all the time. I really do.
I'm so sorry for your loss. He seems like a generally funny and intelligent and really nice man. And I'm sorry. And he's sorry. It's like he didn't have a minute to think about it.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that he's okay on the other side and he's at peace, but he does miss you and he's visiting. And he does a lot of other things too besides that lamp.
Yes, he does.
I think things are moving. Items are moving. So he's just trying, now that you know that it's his presence, you can just talk to him. He wants to talk to you. He wants to hear you.
I always do. Oh, thank you so much.
It's okay. It's all right. I'm just sorry that this happened. It feels tragic. It feels really like
it was
very, very big tragedy. So I'm very sorry about that. And I hope that you now know that he is there with you and he is trying to communicate and he loves you dearly.
Oh, I love him so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Is there anything else that I could answer for you? Take a second.
That was what I really wanted to know, because a lot of days I see orbs. I feel him sometimes calling me, and I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, because I know he's around me all the time.
You are not going crazy. You are very, very sane.
He's my soulmate.
Very much so. You're very in tune to each other. And you were in this life too together. Very, very in tune. So I just hope that now you know and you don't have to question yourself and you know that he loves you and he misses you but he's always around you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Now I know more than ever. Thank you for validating that. I knew that. Thank you.
You're welcome. You go ahead and have a good night. And thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Have a great night.
You
Thank
too,
you.
honey. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, everyone, I've got a few more minutes. I want to say my website is kind of goofy with the calendar, so don't even bother with the calendar. If you go to my website to schedule, just email me at the email address, and I will contact you back rapidly. And also, I am booked for the rest of March, but April looks pretty good. So if you would like a reading with me, please go to Psychic Pass, like right down there. And everyone have a wonderful night and a wonderful week. And I will see you next week. Thank you and goodbye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey there, I'm Perry Lyons. This is Moonstruck TV, and the name of the show is Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. However, today I'm in Maryland. I came out to work in my mom's house, and there was a power outage. So I am in a no-tell motel. And believe me when I tell you, I'm the only person not committing adultery in this like square 300-foot area. But God bless them. I would commit adultery, but I haven't managed to finish selling my ethics on eBay yet. I'd like to wish a happy 90th birthday to the Loch Ness Monster. It was 90 years ago, maybe not her birthday. I mean, she looks pretty good, but I think she's had some work done. It was 90 years ago, almost today, that she was first photographed, if you believe the photograph, which why not? It's fun, by a Scottish surgeon. I don't know why I'm telling you it was a surgeon. It's just a guy holding a camera, okay? And ever since then, we've all been Nessie crazy. Unless we haven't, unless you really don't care about Nessie, which is fine with me too. But I love the Loch Ness Monster. Hopefully it isn't reciprocated. I don't think I have room in my house for... the other thing, what's the other thing? I'm going to do the tarot psychic weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And we're going to start out today with, didn't expect that card. The first card, it looks a little grim, not going to lie, a little grim, but it's actually a kind of an encouraging card. See how this guy is staring at 3 cups on the ground that have spilled their dubious contents. And his back is to 2 full cups, which are upright and going, over here, Mac. So this means that you might be looking at your life in terms of what's missing rather than what is totally, totally there for you to appreciate. Hooray. So just turn around and also get rid of the black cloak. Don't wear black cloaks, they're depressing. I think this card would look better if he was in some sort of flouncy pink tulle thing, but frock. So your advice for the beginning of the week is, don't be so glum, chum. Look at what's working. It's always good advice. In fact, whenever I'm in a grumpy mood, which isn't very often because I was born annoyingly cheerful. When I was born, they're like, it's a girl and she's really annoyingly cheerful. And then they slap me, but I don't think that's cause and effect. So this card says, look around and appreciate what you have. I know count your blessings is kind of cliche, but whenever I get blue, I start to look around and say, I have feet and I can walk in them. Oh, I can breathe easily. There's a lot of stuff that we have that we don't appreciate. So start appreciating it, pal. Enough with the spilled cups. Woo! Okay, this is from a different deck. Oh, this is really nice. See, this is what happens when you appreciate stuff. Life gets better. The 2 of Cups indicates that you're going to spend some quality time either with a significant other. Is there such a thing as an insignificant other? Anyway, and or you're going to have a great time with a friend. This is about friendships of the heart. These 2 people on the normal card, it's 2 people exchanging golden cups at the level of the heart, which means 2 people exchanging confidences and trust and being loving and all that. This could also mean that if there's somebody you've secretly had your eye on, wink, wink, wink. I don't mean stalking. Enough about my personal life. That this might be a good time to, just sort of say, hey, how about you and me go to, thank God it's Fridays, and order a nauseating drink. But seriously, like that ever happens on this show, this is a good time to feel loving and trusting and know that it will be reciprocated. Unless you end up getting a restraining order, in which case I'm not responsible. The next card is, that's a scratch-off ticket. Oops, I did that on purpose. The next card is, it's the family card. This is a family legacy. You can see that there's an old dude in the front and then a guy and a girl. And there looks like 3 generations. There's also dogs. Dogs are always good. Dogs symbolize loyalty, faithfulness, and being bitten in the butt. Jenny and Boaz, Alabama. Cool. I'll be with you in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Although I don't actually have a lamb. Truth in advertising. So this means that you'll probably be spending time around friends and family, especially. This is towards the end of the week, which is to say next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This also has another meaning when I get this for people who are looking for a significant other. This can often mean that, and I realize not many people are going to agree with me in this, but I've been doing this a really long time, longer than I'm actually going to tell anybody ever. And this can often mean that the person you have your eye on comes from family money, which is a nice kind of money to come from. Any kind of money is a nice kind of money to come from. Although the pure of heart don't need that. But us pure of heart also like money and like sleeping indoors and eating hot, regular meals. So where was I going? This could also mean that somebody who is from comfortable circumstances is romantically interested in you. But mostly it means you're going to hang out with family, 3 generations, really good thing to do. Make sure to record your grandparents talking about their memories. Really good week for that. Okay. Boaz, Alabama, here we come. Hi, baby, how are you?
Fine, I'm doing good.
Cool, I love your accent. Tell me your first name again. Great. Thank you, Jenny. And Jenny, I like to connect to people by asking what their birthdays are because I'm nosy. That's how I like to connect to people psychically. So when's your birthday?
November the 16th.
Oh, you little Scorpio,
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Are you intense, loyal, creative, and not to be crossed? And you tell the truth often. Scorpio is a very misunderstood sign. People are scared of it, but that's because Scorpios tell the truth, and nothing scarier than that. But I love them. I'm a Pisces. We're the only people who can handle you guys. How can I help you today, my love?
I like to do a reading on my brother that passed away.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You have a 2-syllable first name. What was his first name, please?
Michael, Michael.
Oh, unusual. So 2 syllables, that's right. Do you mind if I ask how old? I can't tell if he's 16 or 26. How old was he when he passed?
34.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's 6 up. No, it's not. I'm going to say he looks about 26. He's very attractive. Is he about 5'8", 5'9", around there?
Yeah, he was taller.
Then I got the right guy. Oh, hi, Michael. Thank you for showing up. He sends huge love to your mom. She's still with us, right?
No, my mom is
Okay.
passed away too.
Sorry. That's what as soon as I said that, I'm like, no, she's on the other side. That's why I asked if she's still with us. Sorry, sometimes my mouth moves faster than my brain does. That would be all the time. So I'm sorry. What I'm getting is he's with his mom, your mom. Boy, they're really doing very, very well indeed. I think he passed in it's always tragic when somebody dies that young, but I think he passed in a particularly tragic way. Is that correct?
Yes, he did. He had a heart attack.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Do you have 2 other brothers?
Yes.
Or 2 siblings? Yeah. 2 other brothers. Okay. I'm just checking I got the right people here. I can't tell if you have a sister or not. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I have a sister. She's older.
Okay. Oh, so you and I have the same family structure. I have 3 older brothers and a sister. I'm very sorry about Michael, but man, he is glowing. And he's getting to do a lot of the stuff he loved to do. Let me see what that is. He liked to eat. I'm sorry, but it's the first thing what? I've never gotten this in a I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he loved Chinese food. Like, he always wanted to go out to eat Chinese. Like, we always eat the Chinese.
That's so cute. He's really cute. I feel like he's got a dimple on the right side of his face. Does he have a slightly roundish face?
Yes.
Yeah, and he's got a dimple on the side, right? He's got a great smile. Hi, Michael. Does your mom's first name, is it an old-fashioned name? Does it have an L in it? What?
Amy.
Okay, no L. Is there an L anywhere in her name? Did she have a middle name?
Yeah, your middle name Lee.
Okay, that's what I'm getting. Thank you, dear. Amy Lee is what I'm getting. Thank you. Hi, Amy. Well, they're very happy, and they're with more of her family has passed than your father's family, so she's all good. She's hanging out, and she gets to go to church a lot.
Yeah, she falls a lot.
Yeah, she's lovely. She's also holding a cake up for you. I don't know if she'll bake you a specific cake on your birthday. This looks like a coconut cake. It's got white icing, whatever that is, it's for you. Meanwhile, Michael is saying, take care of his kitten? What the hell does that mean? I don't think he had a kitten.
He's sorry care of his kids.
What?
His kids? He's got kids.
No, kids. That makes a lot more sense than kittens. I'm sorry, it's not a great connection in terms of audio. I was thinking kitten didn't make much sense. So you have 3 kids?
Yes, he
Or
has
2?
3.
3. Okay, good.
3.
I'm on fire tonight. He wants you to look after the youngest a bit more than the others for him. He's the older 2 are fine. The youngest is still kind of finding his or her way and is very sensitive. And that's something that you understand. You're very good with sensitive. I think you're very good with kids, but you're very good with sensitive people. You're very empathic. And you know how to, I just think you'd be really good in this kid's life a lot right now. And maybe, I don't know how old this child is, but maybe, I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. Do something fun with him or her. Take him to an amusement park or something.
It's a girl.
Yeah, it is a girl. Okay. And get her mind off it. She's very sensitive and she's suffering. I don't think I'm not sure about this one because sometimes I'll get something and so I don't know if he liked tinkering with like motorcycles or cars. I'm not sure about that one. So he did. Okay.
He did that. Yeah.
Did he like motorcycles especially?
No. He liked like boy motorcycles. He would make those and put them up, like set them up.
Cool.
Apart.
Okay. Well, he loves you. He mostly loves your brothers and sister. There's one of them. There's a little misunderstanding there, and he's still working that out. He did not expect to die. It was like boom, gone. So he's still figuring that out too. But he's in a really good place. He's with your mom. And there's a grandfather figure of some kind who I really like. A very good man. I hope that works for you. He sends his love. Spend time with his kids. I've got a young lady in, I think, Georgia coming up in a minute, but I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity to connect with your brother and with you and with your mom because they're really lovely people. And I hope that we got enough things right so you understand that life continues. Love continues. Love doesn't die. Okay, baby?
Okay.
Thank you. Take care. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Thank you for calling in. Hello. Tell me your first name again. It flashed on the screen very fast. Oh, Aubrey. What a beautiful name.
Yes. Thank you so much.
I want to be named Aubrey, too. Let's both be Aubreys. It's a great name. And what day is your birthday, my angel? Sure.
July 7th.
Oh, we're getting all water signs today. Awesome. Cancer.
Yes. Yes.
7/7. Very good day. I love cancers. Another misunderstood sign. You guys are the big sweeties of the zodiac, except that sometimes you're so sensitive that sometimes you can put up a little shell or wall, but you're so sweet. I'm very, very empathetic and a little psychic. How can I help you today, my Aubrey?
Hi, I am just curious. I started a business not too long ago, and I'm just curious if it's like something that is going to actually be worth it for me. Is it something that's going to happen? Like, am I going to stick with it? It's just becoming draining at this point.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Usually, honestly, it can take 2 years for business to really find its feet. And right now, you jumped in at the deep end, didn't you? I don't think you knew how much work it was going to be. Yeah. And it's not like you don't have a business degree, and neither do I. And frankly, I don't trust people who do, but don't. Oh, did I just say that outside of my head? Damn it. Do you mind if I ask what the business is? I can't quite get a read on it, and I want to save time. Are you there? Hello?
Yes, a cleaning business.
Oh, good. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Oh, that's a very good idea for you. You know what you need? You need a gimmick of some kind. I don't mean like nude cleaning, which was very big in New York in the 90s for some reason. So don't do that. But either organic or you need a hook because there's a lot of competition where you are. You're actually better than any of them. You might want to call it something like the OCD cleaners We're obsessive compulsive about your house. Because the thing is, you're very detail oriented. What's that like? You're very detail oriented. You're really good. Can you come to Maryland tomorrow? That would be really nice. I could use you. Please, I'll give you a free reading. My house looks like 3 hurricanes hit it.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's bad. Well, I'm very good at a lot of things, and cleaning isn't any of them. You know what? I think you're a little afraid to be your entire self in selling this business. But the thing is, you have a great personality. I would totally hang out with you any day of the week. So I would be both the face of your business and what's something, when people describe you, what do they say about you? Do they say like, oh, she's incredibly polite, or she's incredibly kind? Or I think they say both of those things. Or she's incredibly detailed. So make something like that. Make yourself the face of the business. Don't be shy about this. You photograph well. I don't care any objections I'm hearing from you. I'm just going to ignore, because this is extremely good advice. And I give business advice to people for tons of money. Well, I have in the past, and I hope to again soon. I could use a ton of money right now. But I do a lot of business intuition. And believe me when I say that you being the face of your business, call yourself the OCD cleaner, or the polite cleaner, the cleaner who cares, but something, personalize it, because your personality and your integrity, you go in there and you are going to do the best possible job. And most people don't do that, sad to say. I've hired cleaners and come in later and I'm like, did you guys do anything? How much am I paying you? I mean, it's nuts. I had this one girl come in. I just have to tell you this really quickly to tell you that you're so much better than you know you are. She came and she showed up. She owned this cleaning company. She had 8-inch fingernails. I'm like, they curled. It was crazy. It was like Ripley's Believe It or Not. And I'm like, how are you going to clean? She's like, oh, I manage. Let me tell you, she did not manage. Okay. You manage. Oh, man. So you're going to have a lot of success with this. You're a little afraid of success but success is actually less responsibility than not success. So things are a lot easier, and you're going to get off the ground really soon, especially if you follow my genius advice. I'm sorry. Do you remember the old Warner Brothers cartoon with Wile E. Coyote? There's one where he would introduce himself, Wile E. Coyote, genius. That's how I feel right now. My card. No, you're doing great. Yeah, I think, you're really good at it. And you're going to do so well in the next 6 months that you're going to have to expand and hire a little more staff. Get some college kids. You can pay them nothing and they don't even notice. Sorry. I just said that outside of my head again, didn't I? Damn it. But the rest of your life's pretty good. It feels like, boy, have you got a good head in your shoulders. Make sure you're keeping track of all your expenses. Use like a, spreadsheet, because you're going to clean next tax season. You're going to clean up. You've got a lot of great deductibles coming up. Me giving people tax advice is like a duck giving advice in quantum physics, just so you know. Right. What else? Yeah, you're doing fine otherwise. That would be you're going to do great. Just really, really have confidence in yourself, because you're the best person. You are, at least in your county, and I'm going to say in your state, you're the best person doing this. You have the most integrity. You do the best job. You give the best value for money, and you got a great attitude. Knock them dead. Not literally. I mean, knock them clean. Right. As long as I've got you. Any other questions, or talk to dead people, or ask about your love life, or no algebra? That's only.
Oh, let's do love life. Oh, wow.
Or man. Perhaps not. You don't mind if I just curl up in a fetal position under the bed and sob uncontrollably, do you? Oh, sorry, that's my love life. Your love life is going to, you know what? You don't really want a full-time partner right now. Boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, llama friend. You don't. You're too busy. You'd like somebody for companionship, but I don't think you want somebody hanging out and trying to tell you what to do and judging you. you're going to have that. I mean, not that, but you'll have a relationship. But that's later on, towards the end of the year.
Right.
And I think you're probably seeing somebody, but whoever you're seeing right now isn't worth your time. Use them for whatever they're good for, and then toss them like an orange peel. Orange peel? I have no idea where that came from. I'm so sorry. Whoever's in your, feels like there are two people in your life, but there's especially one, and it's just back and forth. This person is never going to treat you like the empress queen you are. So sod him, her, them, whatever. All right, we solved that. What other world problems can we solve? One other thing. Do you mind if I ask, do you have kids? I'm usually really good at kids. I can't get, if you have any.
Yeah, I have two. I have a daughter and a son.
Oh, there they are. They're adorable. They've got nice names too. You gave them very elegant names. Do you mind if I ask what their names are? You don't have to tell me.
My son's name is Prince. My son's name is Prince, and my daughter's name is Ava.
I love those names. Oh, this is what it sounds like when doves cry. I love Prince. Prince. We're all about Prince here. Love the name Ava. See, elegant names. I was right. And they're adorable. Oh, they're great kids. I don't know. You're totally a good mom. I don't know what you're doing, but you have not screwed those children up, which is very high compliment.
Thank you. Thanks.
No, they're really good. And they're going to have long health. Wow. Great kids. Really like the kids. Don't care for the father much, but or both of them.
No.
But really good genetic material. I'll give you that. So let's see. Job, love life, kids. Your health is good. You want to cut down on the sugar a bit, she says, looking in the mirror. I just gained 30 pounds. We've got 2 minutes. So, and one of the reasons you don't want to use yourself in the advertising is you don't look the way you think you should look, but you actually look wonderful. It's really hard when in this society, every time I don't even look in the mirror right now because or if I do, after a certain age, you approach the mirror and like you sort of have this face all worked out before you jump in front of the mirror. It's like go to the mirror and then you're like, but you're really attractive. And you just as you are right now. So if that's holding you back, get some photographs. Put on some pretty makeup. Put on, unless you don't like makeup, in which case don't do that. But put on stuff that makes you feel good. Have a friend take pictures of you and really use them in your advertising. Because you're lovely. And also you're just really attractive person. And I think it'll be very good for your business. People also like having a person attached to the business, especially in a personal service like that, because it makes them feel like they see you, they can trust you. It's not some nameless person who's going to come in and steal their grandmother's silverware and their grandmother.
Right.
Okay, to sum up, your relationship stuff is more towards the end of the year. Your kids are awesome. You're going to do a great job with your job. Take my advice, because normally people pay a lot of money for that. If you're ever in Maryland or Brooklyn, give me a call and I'll take you out for a beer because I like you.
Thank you so much.
Well, you're just so much fun.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and you're gonna thank you, my angel. It was great meeting you. So, okay, I'm gonna say goodnight and thank you to my wonderful callers. I get the best people here. They're the coolest and most wonderful. So call next week. This is Perry Lyons, New York City celebrity psychic on Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio. Woohoo! And I love you, and that color looks great on you. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and as always, it is great to be here with you tonight. I hope I'm not going to cough too much. Last week, I had my 102 fever, right, with COVID, and I still have the COVID coughs. So, with me, fingers crossed. I hope everyone had a great week. I was doing my COVID thing, but I'm in good spirits. I feel a lot better today, so that's great news. I wanted to talk a little bit about the giveaway that I was giving away last week. If you liked and joined my business Facebook page, I am struggling a little bit with that. So I can see who has liked and followed. I just can't see who the people are. So maybe that should be the giveaway. Anyone who can tell me how to figure out who the people are wins the reading, right? I'm just kidding. If you can let me know somehow that you're an A1R Psychic Radio listener or Moonstruck TV listener in the comments, that way I know who is looking to be put in the thing for the free reading. Okay? How about that? So I didn't choose anybody this last time because I couldn't tell who you were, and I apologize. If I missed somebody, just let me know and we'll figure it out. But I did have someone from the time before, so let's see, I wrote her name down. Oh, she's from Australia, so Reagan King. If you're listening tonight, just get a hold of me and we will figure out a time to do the reading, okay? So perfect. Also, I haven't pulled a card in a long time, and I feel like I maybe want to do that tonight. Remember, we're always working on shining our light a little brighter, so maybe this will be a message that we need tonight. It's my Alice in Wonderland deck because it's been such a crazy week, right? She's kind of a crazy girl. So let's see which one. Here we go. Oh, and we got Shine Bright Like a Candle every single time. Like, I can't make this up. This one says, shine bright like a candle. You will make it through this. So I'm really bad at that. Okay. So perhaps that's for me, but I bet it's for the rest of you too. So remember that light that we shine that's bright, it's our soul leading our way, right? Each of us has a big, bright, shiny light in our heart space, and it helps to guide us. So let's remember that for the week coming up. And I think I already have a caller. Let's see, Alexa.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
And I'm so sorry. I did write down, I thought, where you're from. Can you tell me again where you're from? Oh, Memphis.
I'm from Memphis. Yes, ma'am. Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh my gosh. How beautiful. Do you have a question for me, or what kind of reading were you looking for tonight?
Do you do mediumship at all?
I do.
I would love that.
Okay. Is there any, though the tricky part is, with the 10 or 15 minutes we have,
Right.
it can be short. So if we get cut off, you can find me on the Facebook page. Okay. Or
Okay.
under my name. All right. So is there
Okay,
anybody
perfect.
in particular that you were looking to connect with, or are you just looking for?
No, yeah, my fiance passed away in December, so his name is
Okay.
Zane Warner.
What was that again, then?
His name
What
is
wa-
Zane Warner, if you need that information.
Okay. Did you say Zane?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's a very cool name. Okay. Let me just, okay. The very, very first thing that he does before I can even try to connect with him is he steps in with a humongous, like the biggest bouquet of roses I've ever seen. And I know that sounds
He
pretty.
always,
Go ahead.
no, he always did that. He always did that.
Okay, I was wondering because, that's a sign, of course, that Spirit likes to use a lot. I bring a bouquet of flowers, but this guy is like, if he could fill up the entire room with this big bouquet of flowers, he would. Um, so he brings us for you. Um, and I wonder if there's also something else. He makes me wonder if there's something else about roses in particular. Um, had
He
you,
does have a big rose tattoo, like on the
okay,
palm of his hand, like on the front
okay,
part of his hand.
okay.
It's pretty big.
What on the inside? Did you say?
No, on the front,
Oh, the
on the
outside.
front
Okay,
top of his
okay,
hand.
okay. I don't know if that's it, but it makes me feel like it has something to do with the way he proposed to you. That's where I was going to go with it. It makes me wonder if there was something about roses, or if you talked about your wedding having certain flower arrangements. Would that mean anything to you? Or had
Around
you?
our engagement, yes. I think it was the day before he did. He got me a bunch of roses the day before.
Okay. Maybe it'll come out a little bit more too, because it makes me feel like there's something else with these roses, the tattoo, obviously, but I didn't give you that piece of information. So I wanted to validate a little bit more. It almost feels like there was some talk, like, I mean, I feel like would he be the kind of person that would do like the rose petals down a path kind of a thing? Did he do anything like that when he asked you to marry him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let that go. It does seem important, but
Okay.
if you can think of something, let me know. Um,
Okay.
he also makes me feel like you do know that he's around you a lot.
I do.
And
Yes,
I
ma'am.
wonder, I wonder if you actually hear your name called.
I
Would there be
have
something?
before, yes.
Okay. And I also feel like he is with you a lot, especially at night, because I feel like at night, I don't know if you live by yourself or if you go into like a room by yourself, but
I
it almost
do.
feels
I
like,
live alone by myself.
because sorry, I don't mean to talk over you, sweetheart. It almost feels like it's when you think about him the most is when your mind is kind of trying to settle down for the night. And I feel like
Yes.
that's when he's with you the most, just to know. And I feel like he wants to comfort you, and he wants to, and I'm sure he did this in life too, like wrap the blanket around you and get you something to drink, and almost like that, like get your shoes for you and stuff like that. He just
Hello.
feels like, well, I was going to say put your slippers on, but I don't think anyone ever does that anymore. But it's almost that feeling of he wants to pamper you and take care of you. And I feel like this is something he would have done for you in life as well. Because he just feels like one of those guys that I don't want to say rare, but he's just very much a gentleman. And for him,
Yes,
it was
absolutely.
all about you, almost to the point of feeling a little bit like uh, traditional, like old school about how he treats women and you in particular, which is very
Yes.
refreshing. Um,
Yes.
Now, would he have left a dog behind, or do you have a dog? Neither.
I am about to get a dog, a brand new
Oh,
puppy.
okay. Okay, all right. Because I feel like there's some connection with him and a dog, and so do you already have the dog picked out? Because I feel like this
I
dog.
do.
You do? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Can you
Yes, I get her in 4 weeks.
can you verify, did you choose the dog or did the dog choose you? Do you know what I
The
mean?
dog chose me.
Yeah, okay, because that's what I feel like. I feel like he had a hand in that. I feel like
Yes.
like I don't know if you were thinking about getting the between two dogs and this one stuck out for
I was.
a reason. Okay. Because he
Yes,
makes me feel like
absolutely.
he actually had a hand in helping you to meet this dog, and there's something very special about this little puppy. And I
Oh,
wonder I wonder if there's have you named her already?
I have.
Okay. Because I wonder if there's something about her name that also has meaning for him. Um, I'm not saying this is the dog's name, but the name that just popped in when I was talking about names, would you know a Roxy or Roseanne? It's
No.
okay. It's okay if you don't, but there's that Rose again. So,
Uh-huh.
and this is one of those things where if I had a lot more time, I could dig into it deeper, and we can after this if you'd like to.
I would love to.
Okay, because there's something very, very special about this little sweet thing. Is she white by any chance?
She's not.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I just see a white dog, and I just wanted to mention that. Let's see.
Now, he did have a white dog that passed away years ago, and he was very, very close to that dog.
Okay, all right. So maybe that's what he's referencing. Were there other things about him that were old-fashioned? That's what I keep wanting to say.
Yes.
Like, I want to say almost like if he had a mustache, it would be like one of the handlebar mustache, kind of like that.
No, not at all that, but he was just so, he just had such an old soul, and he was so old school, like he was. Not as far as really in the way that he dressed and things like that, but just such an old soul.
Okay,
sure.
that makes sense because that for me was a sign. Like it just seems when I think old fashioned, I think of that. But you did a perfect job of explaining to me because I can feel his energy. The next thing, because we're almost out of time, he wants you to know how much he loves you and how he is fine. I don't know if there was some trepidance about him not being okay, but he's completely fine. And I would really love to continue this conversation with you if you
absolutely. You just let me know when, and I'll reach out to you, and you just get back
please
to me when you can.
Yeah, please do.
Yes,
I'd love to.
absolutely. Thank you so much.
Because it's so refreshing to run across a gentleman like this. That's what I want to say.
Yes.
So thank you so much for letting me read for you this short amount of time. To the rest of you, stay tuned for my friend Carmel Ann and Soulfully Glided, and I will see the rest of you all next week. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
So hello everyone and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. A huge shout out to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. As always, it's a pleasure to be on your network as a host. So here I am again with no notes or no structure to what I'm going to say, literally from my heart. We are going into a caller today and I'm officially on holiday. So let's see how we go. Taking the weekend off for a small trip for my daughter's 6th birthday. So she's decided she wants to spend her birthday, instead of having a party with friends, she wants to spend it with her fairy godmother down at the beach. So we'll be doing that. And the week has creeped up on me so much. I don't know about the other hosts, but I just feel like today, Thursday in Australia, Wednesday in the US, it just creeps up. So look, what I did want to talk about briefly before we get into a caller. So if anyone wants a reading, please message and follow the instructions from the network and you'll be able to come in as today's caller for a mini reading. But I did want to really talk about, sometimes we talk about addiction, healing, and all sorts of things about combating challenges in life on our show and on my social medias as well. So I'm at a part of my healing journey, which I never imagined would be a part of my life, is physical exercise. And I absolutely love it. I wouldn't consider myself athletic, but if anyone is in a challenge, whatever it may be, if you're trying to recover from a substance, or if you're recovering from trauma, or if you're, whatever you're going through, I cannot describe the power and the centering and the grounding that exercise brings. And, I started off with really soft, light exercises, and now I'm like one of those people that, that want to stand in the mirror. Let's make sure I don't turn this off, and sort of do those muscle things, because I've got some huge, well, not huge, but huge to me, calf muscles. And the results, I went in for exercise to lose weight, but I gained so much more. And I just, for those who are athletic more than me, would completely understand, or for those who exercise for a long time would really understand. But I just think it is the most amazing way to calm and center and find yourself. I don't listen to podcasts or music or anything. I walk in good company with some friends, or do gym workouts with some amazing people. And there's just a whole different world out there of people who will support you on your, fitness journey and your health journey. And, I went in thinking I wanted to lose weight, but I've, 6 months in and I haven't lost the weight that I wanted to. But I've gained so much more, and gaining muscle and gaining stamina and mobility that I didn't have before. Mental health challenges made me gain weight, and it's amazing at that level to combat it. Now, how are we going? Let's see, our producer, how are we going with a caller? Let's see. I've lost my producer. So, let's see. Anyway, so look, I was very uncomfortable to share my story. What's going on here? Okay, I'm not sure if I've lost connection, but I will still keep talking. I can see myself. But of course, for anyone that knows me and is engaging in Soulfully Guided will know that technical challenges are my nemesis. I was going to say my forte, but my nemesis. And we're still online. So we've got Clara in, is it Tuckerton, New Jersey?
Yes, Tuckerton, New Jersey. Hi.
Hi, excuse my pronunciation, but so how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Excellent. Now, I would love to do a tarot reading for you. Is there anything in particular you would like to ask?
No, whatever comes through.
Absolutely. Let's go for this. Okay. I keep getting this Nine of Cups card that keeps showing its face. So let's see if it comes up for you as well in your reading. So, please go through. I'm just pulling some cards for you. Okay. Okay. Advice and guidance, please. Wow. Good outcome. Okay. So this is it's a really beautiful reading. Doesn't come without challenges. I feel like you yourself, and I've just spoken about healing, and a lot of our show is around that. I feel you're at a stage where you are ready to face things head on. Like in the past, you may have, it's like you're, I don't have cards of turning a blind eye, but it's at the stage where you're beyond that. It's like you're ready to see things coming. You're ready to focus on your family, your time, and what you want out of life and happiness, not just on an emotional level, but a financial and a mental. Yep. Sorry. So you did say yes. Yeah. How are you finding that?
That's true.
It doesn't
What I'm going
stop
through
there.
right now.
It doesn't stop there. So keep going. The best thing is that you're able to face those challenges with a really strong mindset. And you know, the mindset is not about trying to avoid these things from happening, but actually seeing them as they occur so we can make better decisions, more practical and logical thinking. When you're through the heart of that, I think, you know, we talk about, and without being overly spiritual, but looking at that inner child, that deep sort of, that deep innocent version of you that just wants to love and live and enjoy life and friendships without boundaries, without walls. It's not that you're removing the challenges from your life, it's that they're not controlling you and you're thinking more logical and practical about them. And this brings on huge change for you. You're going through transformation. First, it's subtle, and then it comes in really strong. So it's nothing you can't manage. Don't give up. This is going to take your relationships to a whole new level. You know, you're talking about my sort of, you know, winning poker card, which I don't play poker, but we get the Two of Cups, okay, when we ask for advice and guidance. And it's just like all the work you've been putting in, you will benefit so well from all the relationships in your life. You will be thinking like enjoying connections and feeling safe to be vulnerable, trusting your mindset, the way you think and the way you respond to things and the way you feel about them. there's a mutual level of respect and pride and happiness, not only for your feelings for other people, but their feelings for you. So this is a huge game changer for you. It comes in subtly, gets more intense, and then levels down. So the outcome of that is that you get to switch off your mind and your body. I don't know if you find it hard to relax or switch off, but the outcome of this whole process, in what we're seeing in your general reading of what's going on right now, is that you'll learn to relax when you want to switch off, but you'll love and live when you want to as well. Whew, how do you find?
I find that's totally right. Right now in my life, that's what's happening.
It's an amazing journey. You're gonna stick to it.
Yes.
If times get tough, you've handled so much worse and so much harder. You've got a beautiful life ahead of you and wonderful connections. So thank you so much for allowing me to read with you and connect with you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And thanks for calling in. And to everyone else, have a wonderful week. I will see you next week. And that's Soulfully Guided.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you once again live from the city of New York, where, contrary to media reports, people are not getting machine gunned in the streets. In fact, ever since the lockdowns a couple of years ago, this is a far friendlier town. I'm in Midtown, so my area is just in the theater district near Times Square. So we get a lot of people from all over the world visiting us here, and even the locals are friendly. New Yorkers have a reputation for being nasty. Forget about it. You know, I can't even leave the house without getting into 2 or 3 conversations, just like between here and the grocery store, which is around the corner. People just are starved to talk and meet each other, and are they sick of politics? Let me tell you, that's my own unofficial straw poll. Why is it called a straw poll anyway? I'll have to look that up sometime. Speaking of straws, I had my, the summer is 8 days old, and I had my first gin and tonic today. and my second and my third of the summer. And I'm able to do that and sound so clear and level-headed because at my advanced age, I use like about a tablespoon of gin in each gin and tonic. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But I love the crispy, the refreshingness of gin and tonic with lime. Oh, man, that is just wonderful. To me, that's the second best thing you can do with lime. First best is key lime pie. Outstanding. I used to make such a wonderful key lime pie. I brought one to a restaurant a friend of mine owned years ago, and the people each got a slice, and then they put it in the refrigerator, and then unbeknownst to even the owner of the place, the staff sold it. They thought, oh, look, we have key lime pie on the menu. Now, I can't do that because I'm not, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many thousands of regulations there are if you want to go into the food business, which is one of the reasons I didn't. But if you want to get into that, wow, I mean, people talk about, well, we need smaller government. One of the areas, I'm not going to get into the political aspects of it, but you can take years to satisfy the requirements for the labeling of a package when you sell food. So I steer clear of that kind of stuff. I have lots of nice things for sale because I think it's nice to sell nice things, and I unfortunately I had to raise my prices lately because, in case you hadn't noticed, right, things are getting more and more expensive. But I did raise. This is just fair warning for the people who go to mojoacademy.org. Mojoacademy.org. You don't have to go to mojoacademy.org. I'm mentioning that over and over again. But yeah, because, I do say, look, this is really not the time to spend money on extraneous things. But there are a couple of books at mojoacademy.org that I think they rise to the level of necessity, especially in the times that we're in now, where, unfortunately, we have a lot of people in this country right now scared to death over things they don't understand. They think they understand it. That's the essence of fear, I suppose. But everything is going to move along just fine. This is a time of change, and change scares people. And that's why I think one of the things that I recommend the most is a book called Unmasking Fear. It was written in 1919. I wrote two introductions to the updated version of it because I wasn't old enough to write in 1919. But it's a book that is very important, and I love it when people buy it and talk about it, because it is about the way certain power structures in the world control people by keeping them afraid, you see. Now, I always say that everything you need to know about politics you can see in the movie The Music Man, where the guy whips everybody up into a frenzy over a problem that doesn't exist just so that he can sell them a solution, okay? We see this all the time. And people, I'm sorry to have to say this, but fear is addicting. Physically, fear is addicting because there's certain hormones that get released when the adrenaline goes running, and it changes the body, it changes the mind. And unfortunately, there are people who become addicted to fear, and they need a dose of fear, and they're always going to be afraid. And if you try to show them that what they're afraid of isn't really scary, they'll cut your throat. You're taking away something that's most important. There are, for some reason, people who only feel alive when they're scared. This is where we get these like vertical drop roller coasters. A good old-fashioned roller coaster isn't enough for our jaded society. But this book, Unmasking Fear, when it was written, there wasn't even radio. There was no mass media. People didn't understand. Now, you want to understand why mass media has the power to scare you? And you want to understand when they realized it? Go to YouTube, look online for the 1930s. Was it 39, I guess, was it, or 38? See how terrible I am with dates. I can tell you a story about the worst date I ever had, but that's a little later. Listen to the Orson Welles famous. Everyone knows about it, but very few people have actually heard it. The Orson Welles War of the Worlds broadcast. Here's something that's fascinating to maybe 4 people listening. That script was actually edited down and written by the actor Paul Stewart, which very few people. Some of you out there have got to be Paul Stewart fans, like I am. You'll know him when you see him. He's wonderful in Kiss Me Deadly. But this was the thing that achieved legendary status when Orson Welles pretended to have Martians invading New Jersey. And people believed it. Now, was there nationwide panic the way the newspapers reported it the next day? No. There are some interesting books about why newspapers misreported it. However, enough people did believe it. Enough people did believe that something could be launched, a spaceship could be launched on Mars and land in New Jersey 8 minutes later, which on its own is ludicrous, that the powers that be at the time learned that whatever people hear from a well-modulated voice over the radio and later television will be believed by a certain percentage of the people. And that's what we have now. And you say, how can this person or that person lie? Well, because it works, and that there's just no other way around it. But using fear, the one thing that I spent years in the news business and I spent years in politics. And one thing is the flip side of the other. I know that a lot of you understand that there's a direct, like, politics to media pipeline, and I was on it. How can I phrase this? If you're busy being scared, you're not going to think about what's coming up. You're not going to be rational about things. When you're scared, the blood drains from your brain, literally. It goes to your arms and your legs, so that you can run or fight. It's a fight or flight syndrome. Literally, scaring you makes you dumber. We've all been startled and then found out that it was scared and it was something silly. I got the bejabbers scared out of me one night when I saw myself in a mirror. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but at that point, it was the middle of the night in somebody else's apartment. I was visiting a friend. I couldn't have been more than 10 years old, at least. I was in the area of about 10 years old when there had been a massive power failure, and I didn't know my way around, and I turned a corner in the apartment in the dark, and there was a person coming right at me, and it was me in a mirror, but I didn't know that because I was scared, you see. So I didn't even recognize myself. See? What is the expression people use? I want you to repeat this to yourself because this is behind all the attempts to scare you in media. Scared out of your wits. Okay? What are your wits? Your wits are your intelligent faculties. Scared out of your wits. That's the holy grail of broadcasting. And this book, Unmasking Fear, was written before broadcasting, which is up at the time it was written, broadcasting was a farming term. It had to do with scattering seeds. That was broadcasting your seed. Just throw it across the field. So they picked up that as a metaphor for running things on mass media, which prior to radio never existed. I mean, nobody was hunched over the Morse code machine. I think the correct word is telegraph, Elliot, and waiting for like fight results. So anyway, this is by way of my mentioning mojoacademy.org and why I like to sell ethical products. I don't sell anything that's unethical. I don't sell like a magical kit that will cure this or that problem. I do sell magical kits that can help you deal with these problems. I don't sell them very often because most of the time I dissuade people from buying them. Brilliant sales technique, right? To talk people out of the sale. But if a person doesn't need it, I don't want to sell it to them. I explain that in my book. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Gee, isn't that funny how everything I bring up now is related to a product I'm pushing? And at the same time, though, you see, I'm telling you, don't buy anything from me. And I mean it sincerely. because I sell some of the pendants that I have, which have magical symbols on them, and I can. And anybody buys those and you don't know how to use it, just contact me and I'll let you know. But like I said, we're in very dangerous times right now because people are scared, and if you're under 40, which I'm trusting some of you are, you never experienced inflation like this, never. And all I'll tell you, without, this is nothing magical. This is no serious revelation. The only way you can fix and stop inflation is with recession. And recession, if it gets out of control, becomes a depression. Now, we have not heard that word depression since 1932, when the Great Depression happened. I remember a radio personality asking, what was so great about the Depression? I didn't think it was very good. Why do they call it the great? No, great means huge. This is what, in fact, originally was meant when people referred to the United States as this great land of ours. They meant that it goes from coast to coast, that it's huge, it's colossal. And of course, these things change, because, to me, my favorite word that shifted is incredible. People think incredible means wonderful. Incredible means lacking in credibility and can't be believed. Now, a few years ago, about 15, 20 years ago, there was a guy advertising a product on the radio here, which was garbage. It was a fake product. It was a pseudo-medical thing. It was garbage. It was baloney. I'm using the most polite words I can in mixed company. But he didn't get into trouble. When they tried to shut him down, he said, I told people it was not real, because his ad began with the words, everything I'm about to tell you now is completely incredible. Now, what he was saying was, don't believe me. But everybody heard it as, being, wow, that's incredible. That is not what incredible means. So, boy, am I going on a tangent here. My favorite fruit is a tangent. The thing is that we have fear now, and the money supply is shrinking in value. You can't do that accidentally, I might add. For some reason I can't even fathom, people wanted to do this and they did it. Now, they won't use the word depression. That's what got me on words changing, because of the images that conjures up of people selling apples, and the mythology that the stock market crashed in October of 1929 and the next day the Depression started. No, the Depression started a little bit later. There, a couple of years after that, but it was still bad after the stock market crash. But we have two bad choices now. We can leave things the way they are, and bit by bit your savings and your money will go away. Your house will be worth more, but nobody will be able to buy it. Or they can engineer a recession, and it will be really bad for about 2 years with high unemployment. But after that, we'll be fine. And people don't want to do that. People really resent the idea of having to suffer to get something. And I understand that. And they should question. They should ask questions like, why was this done? So I'm going to be getting tarot readings tonight. You watch, that have a lot of new beginnings in them. Aces, the Wheel of Fortune. I pull a card before each show to give me a sense of what's going on in the environment. And the card I got was the Wheel of Fortune, which is we're in changing times. I certainly hope, because we can't maintain what's going on now. We can't keep this up because people are suffering, and there's no need for it. The problem is that for the first couple of years, the cure is worse than the disease. The people of Japan took care of this many years ago when they had rampant inflation, and the government told them what they were going to do. Said they didn't lie to them. They didn't say everything is fine. Everybody knew it wasn't. And they said, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a recession. People are going to be struggling. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but you're going to be fine in a couple of years. So they asked people to help each other and work together, right? Help your neighbors, work together, and we'll all get through this. And they did. And Japan emerged as one of the strongest economies on the planet. Well, you can't do that at a time when the political and media people are pushing division, We're supposed to hate people who disagree with us. And this is very important. This comes out as the sum and substance of the book, Unmasking Fear, because you're not supposed to disagree with somebody. You're supposed to cancel them. You're supposed to eradicate them. You're supposed to fear them if they disagree with you. Anytime I state an opinion when I get into a political discussion, I do it with the underlying assumption that I could be wrong. Because if I'm willing to assume that you're wrong, then I have to understand that you can assume that I'm wrong. And you may have a point, and that's called learning. But right now, we have a situation when we need it the least, where it's my team is better than your team, and I'm going to vote for my team. But that's changing. People are switching teams. I won't go into that too deeply because that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here. But I'm just saying that the problem we're facing now is far from transitory, and it's going to hurt people. And this is the time when you may want to take a look at some of the books that I have at mojoacademy.org. Not all of them. I mean, I don't think you need the books like on numerology, or I don't think you need the book about William Jennings Bryan's last speech, things like that. They're interesting and they're historical. But what we need now is a toolbox, man. We need tools to deal with what's being thrust upon us by people who claim to love us and care of us and have our best interest at heart. Okay. I think you know where I'm going with that. So, I'm not going to get political on this because politics comes and goes. And, anyone over 40 has been here before. We've seen it before, and we knew we'd see it again. And you can't plausibly say that everything is fine and we don't need to do anything. But prepare yourselves mentally and emotionally, because there are people who want to scare you. That's all I want to get across now. Bad things, we don't like when bad things happen, but bad things happen. And that is not to say that bad things don't make us better. The old thing, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I'm not sure I want to be made stronger that way. That's a good swift kick in the groin is not going to make me stronger tomorrow, but so don't do that to me. But what I'm telling you is there's a highly paid industry out there to scare you, and I am here to give you positive energy and hope in terms of reality, which is that the reality is there is a whole industry which is coexistent with politics, which is designed to scare you. So if you're feeling scared, okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to change things that you can't change? Or are you going to change the things that you can change, which are like essentially you? You can change you. See? And then you'll be stronger for that. That's the long way of saying, come on, guys, don't be scared needlessly. Fear is important, by the way. Fear is the emotion that tells us something's wrong. When you're constantly in fear, that's terror, and that's no good. We punish terrorists because terror is no good. Same thing with anger. Anger is good. Anger is the feeling that tells you that you've been mistreated. Constant anger is rage, and that will kill you. It will kill you. So check out certain things like Reverend Elliott Explains It All. See, I've got things in that book that'll show you how to use meditation techniques to clear the negative energy away from you. There's recordings there at mojoacademy.org for cleansing negative energy. It works. Let me tell you, it works. This is, I think, one of the greatest inventions of modern history was the iPod. I know they're not going to be making them anymore, but there's still music players that you can use. And just put a meditation on that, pop it on your head at night, and go to sleep listening to it. And you'll be amazed at what good stuff it can do. And you can see, I even have the Three Stooges meditation disc at mojoacademy.org. And all these things are there to help. psycholaxation. Now that was a recording. Could you imagine? That was a record from 1955 as a guided meditation, possibly one of the first ones. You'd have to put what we would call the hi-fi right near the bed in those days. Now you can just pop earbuds on and listen to psycholaxation. These are all things that will help you. And that's why I mentioned mojoacademy.org. Like I said, in times like these, I'm torn between not wanting to do any hard pressure sales technique stuff, which I don't do anyway. But there are things there that will change your life. That was the reason that we started Mojo Brothers Publishing. There are things there that will change your life, and among them will be those things like the Three Stooges meditation. It's a Shemp meditation disc. I know it sounds silly, but it works. It's been around since the 70s, and was an underground cassette, and you can get a CD of it and get that audio out and put it into your player. Psycholaxation, that has helped me beautifully. I have chakra meditations there that will clear your negative energy, because, folks, negative energy is coming at you like a tidal wave right now. And they're counting on it. They're running negative energy and negative stuff on television constantly to get you to be messed up. Don't allow it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and get to the tarot readings, which is why we're here. But I'm doing this because this environment of fear, anger, rage, deliberately foisted upon us by people who make money. They do it for money to hurt people. We got to bring an end to this. And I want you all to take responsibility for cleansing your own mind and spirit of the negative, ugly energies that highly paid people are putting there. Let me tell you something, because I've done it. I opened up by saying I had my first gin and tonic of the summer today. You don't, just please trust me on this. You do not want to sit down in a bar and have drinks with news people, because your anger level and your blood pressure will rise. They are not what you think they are. They're not Walter Cronkite sitting in a room just giving you the news. These are these are like pushers of fear. And they know it and they like it. I'll be happy to talk to any of you off the air about this if you want to. I mean, quite seriously. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. Anybody wants to get in touch with me about any of this, you just drop me a line. Also, if you want a free tarot mini reading, that's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience. Drop me a line there. asktarot@earthlink.net. I've been shuffling up the cards, you see. And it won't help because the cards are going to show that these are times of change and negativity. But we're going to deal with it on an individual level. There goes my throat. Hang on. There we are. The golden throat is back. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and we're going to get to our first reading. Draw back the curtain on the magical window for Angela in Brooklyn. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellow New Yorker?
Oh, I guess I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make it better. It is tiring, you know. I mean, here we keep hearing about how horrible things are in New York now, and we're here, you know. But I don't know. Mm-hmm. I mean, things have been better, but I don't think of it as horrible. I don't know. So
no, I don't think of it as horrible either. I love New York.
So. Yeah, you know, the people outside of New York, a lot of people, they still think that Death Wish was what New York was really like. You know, even back then, New York wasn't like that. Mm-hmm. You know,
I still love going in the city. I mean, it's coming back, and I'm really happy that
Yeah. I mean, we have a few nuts around, but for a city of 8.5 million people, goodness, you know.
They were always there.
Yes, they were. So, Angela, what can I look at for you?
Well, since my husband's been gone a few years, and right now, financially, I'm kind of struggling, but I have my house, and I have an apartment that I was renting, a co-op, and I'm in the process of selling it, but it's a lot of problems with the real estate. been a disaster, and I just hope it's going to end soon without me going, with making a little bit of a profit. But I'm having a very hard time, and trusting the real estate guy, and I just I hope it ends soon because financially I need it to end.
Yeah, well, I tell you that while you started talking, before you told me what was on your mind, the first card I got was the King of Coins, which is about money, which is about mastering money and dealing with money. So I could see that was the issue. There's also sadness involved. I guess that relates to the loss of your husband because I have the Nine of Swords here. So there's still a lot of sadness going on in around that, and there always will be, I'm sure.
And then I have family issues. Family makes me crazy and stuff.
Oh well, I'm gonna.
That's kind of normal.
I know. I actually fired my family long ago. So I did. I said right out. So genetics doesn't give you a special privilege to abuse me, folks. So
well, they do anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you, there's changes coming. That's the Wheel of Fortune. There's changes coming your way, and they're going to be good changes because the next card is the Eight of Cups, and that is a card of a person who gets from where she is, to something and leaves something that isn't working, which is where you are, and is going to something better. So you're working on improving yourself, and I see that it's going to pay off because the next card is the Nine of Cups, and that's a card of satisfaction and enjoyment. It's also a card that is a person who knows how to enjoy life. There's a warning in that card that people may be envious of you because of that you're going to live well. And there's the Ace of Cups too. So the two things these are very good cards here. The two things that are most important to you are financial but emotional. I mean, you're not one of these people who's going to do anything for money. That it has to feel right for you, and you're going to get that. You're going to do that. In fact, I've got the Ten of Cups, which is a great card of happiness and joy. So you will come through this okay. It's one of the quirks of inflation is that real estate gets to bring in more money than it would ordinarily. It's one of those strange things. That's why when inflation starts coming, it looks like a good time at first. It's because because there's a lot of money around, and there was a lot of money being spent. So there's still a chance that things will work out well for you. In fact, I have a card here which is the Six of Rods, which is great success and triumph. So I do think that things are going to work out really well for you.
And what about emotionally and all that? I mean, I do keep busy. I do have friends and stuff, but I'm still kind of stuck.
Well, I there's nothing you can do except understand that it's the way of life. When we outlive somebody who was that close to us, it's not fair. You know what I mean? That's about it. But the Ace of Cups is here, which is a rebirth of emotional stuff. The aces are beginnings, and the cups are joy and happiness and affairs of the heart. And, so it's telling me that, this is the best of all of them. This is the same thing on steroids. It is the Sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth. So I think you're going to come through okay. Let me just shuffle it up one more and get one more card.
Okay.
And see if that adds anything to it, because it's a boringly happy reading, So let's see what we get here. This probably relates to the real estate thing. It's the Three of Rods, and that is about you in partnership with somebody else are waiting for the results to happen, and the results will happen. The results will come in.
Okay.
So hang in there, and you remember, if you don't feel right about a professional who's working on your behalf, speak to that person and consider finding somebody else. This is because this is a time of this is a time when people who have assets have a little bit more power than usual. Like if you have if you're one of those lucky people who has some cash to deal with, you'll get better interest rates now. That's a byproduct of inflation, and you gotta take it where you get it, right? But I think you're going to come out of this okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, which we're going to do right now for Donna in Del City, Oklahoma. Hi, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, my goodness. Everything helps.
Was there anything in particular you want to look at?
Maybe just, well, no, not really.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I have a card here that is a card of somebody who feels stuck and is not moving and not going anywhere. Is that what you're feeling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I said it tonight. Yes, I did.
That's the Eight of Swords.
Yeah, it seems like it's just a circle. Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can take a look at what that's all about, because I do see better times coming for you, and coming soon, I might add, because that's the Eight of Rods. That means whatever's coming your way is in motion now. This is vague, but it says, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, did something happen that made you sad recently?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Because I've got,
yeah.
I have this. You don't have to tell me more than you want to. You know, if you don't want to go into detail, that's absolutely fine. But I'm seeing that you're feeling stuck, which you confirmed. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness, and I don't want to go into more than that, because you know what it means. You know what I'm talking about. You know why you're feeling sad, and if you don't want to go into it, I certainly am not going to force you to go into that in front of all these people. But I do see this situation changing and getting better for you, and sooner than you think. Not right away, but sooner than you think.
You're blowing my mind, because everything you're hitting right on the head. Right on the head. Yes.
Is there a legal matter in your life right now?
Yes, but I can't get anywhere with it. I had a daughter that was in an accident and killed, and I don't know. I wasn't told what happened. I was just told she was in an accident, didn't survive, but she was hit by a train, and I never identified the body. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I've got cards that indicate both a legal issue and sadness. So now what I was going to ask you about the sad part, but you just told us. So yeah, these are all the things. The cards are showing me exactly what's on your mind, and the cards are showing me exactly what the issues are. Now that doesn't really help, because let's see if we can shuffle them up and see what it's going to be like in the near future here. See if we can get some kind of idea about where this is leading you. This is the thing about tarot, which is just astounding to me. As many years as I've been doing this, which is about 42,000 years in human years, it never ceases to amaze me how these cards can get right to what's going on. Okay, now again, I shuffled up the cards. You heard them, but I've got still the Nine of Swords, which is the card of great sadness, and the Judgment card. That's why I asked about the law. These cards came back. And then I have another one for you, which is about the Judgment card is about getting what you deserve. It's getting what belongs to you. It's getting what you merit. And the Temperance card is here. The Temperance card is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the Ten of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the judgment and justice cards are pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. See, it's amazing to me how tarot goes right to the heart of what's going on. Now, if it doesn't, if because every time I ask the question like, did you have a loss recently? I'm making an inference from the cards that I pull, but I'm always prepared for it to be wrong. It rarely is wrong. And that's not me. That's not, look what a great tarot reader I am. No. This is, man, that is such a trap in the esoteric world when the magician starts to take credit for the work. But it's not. We work the system. In fact, if you remember the stories, if you remember your Bible stories, this is why Moses was denied entry into the promised land. Could you imagine wandering around for all these years and not getting allowed in? Because he did something. He claimed credit for a miracle that he didn't do. And he needed to be brought down a peg for that one. And that's why he was denied entry in the promised land. Courtney in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good. Anything special you want to look at, or should I just look through the cards and see what shows up?
I kind of wanted to talk about like my past life. I've always felt really connected to Marilyn Monroe, and I don't know if there's actually something there. So if we could tap into that.
I had an interesting experience with Arthur Miller, to whom she was married for a while. That was a weird experience. There was a guy who, I'll tell you briefly, there was a guy who was famous in the 1960s who by the 1990s, he had a lot of weird ideas, but he was a fascinating guy. He made a lot of things happen. And I introduced him to a literary agent, and we were sitting in a restaurant having lunch, and he used to get up and walk out of the restaurant every few minutes because next door was an off-track betting parlor, which we used to have in New York. Only New York City could run a bookie joint and blow it and ruin it. So they had to be shut down. But he was a little bit of an overpowering personality, this man, and he could inflate his ego a bit. And one of the times he left the restaurant to go to check on his bets, the agent turned to me and says, "Who does he think he is, Arthur Miller?" And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
Which is this kind of stuff that happened around this guy all the time. So, hey, what can I tell you? This is, if you feel a connection, it can be real. Now, what I can do is look at some stuff for you.
I'm also a medium,
excellent.
and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to like everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3 loves in my life. I'm very young. I could say 24, but I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. I just being a medium, I've never been able to read myself unless I'm talking to someone else.
There's an image in Buddhism about lifetimes. Like how many lifetimes how long do we have to do this? And the image is this. Picture a huge mountain like the size of Mount Everest, right? Yeah. And a bird flies by Mount Everest with a piece of silk in its beak. And the piece of silk brushes against the top of Mount Everest. And that bird flies by once a year. The amount of time we need is the amount of time it takes that bird with the silk to wear the mountain down.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, it's in Hinduism, of course, they deal in hundreds of thousands of year installments, kalpas and things like that. So, yeah, have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times. Worked with them a few times, though I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out. But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October. I got out, and it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
So you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes, and I have those too. When I've done past life regressions, I've seen images of, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware. Yeah. That's a good sign. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there's a book that my company reprinted called "How I Discovered My Mediumship," and it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But see, she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet she gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium, in fact. Yeah,
I'm actually able to pick up on
it's
people's
conflicting
health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye or your right knee or your shoulder or your back pain or your stomach, like even your heart. Like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
got her comrades too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so
wow.
have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be you might just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prison.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have from this life, even. Because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, but I would recommend, because you do see. I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that. Yeah. You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, So
Yeah, no,
give it a
that's how
shot.
it
It may
felt through my hospitalizations.
it may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here, just let me leave you with this since I'm here for tarot. There's a Four of Cups is the card I get for you. And that is a card that shows a person looking at three cups, and there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend the Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But how I discovered my mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple of blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look up for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all three cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The 10 of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading, but it does look like this is a decent option because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that, it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do. Okay. Right. Because, financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man. Because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is we're looking at more lofty things here, which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there's changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, or they'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, I'm so scared. What's going on? What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but now don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is the recently hibernating Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight, and I'm going to give you the date, which I rarely do because it's important. It's April 26th. Just so you know, I am live tonight. The last time I was live was the February 22nd, and as I recall, I said, I think I feel like I'm getting a cold. And of course, for the next 60 days, I was under the malinfluence of influenza. I had a flu to beat the band. I had a miserable, horrible, disgusting flu that wouldn't let go. So I missed the last 2 months. And I had a few things I wanted to talk about. So if you don't mind, I'm going to spend the next, 60 days just talking to you right now. I'm commandeering this. I'm going to filibuster and just speak for 60 days. Or maybe I'll just talk for a few minutes, and then we'll spend the rest of the 60 minutes taking phone calls. That's what I used to do. Isn't that what I did? I would read the cards. Gosh, it's been strange. And, you know, I don't know if I even can talk because cabin fever set in after a few weeks, and it's just odd. It was just so strange because I would come close to being able to. I said, I'm going to go on. I'll go on. I'll make it this Wednesday, and then of course I couldn't do it, mostly because my voice was shot. And radio, of course, it kind of depends on voices. So without my voice, that was, without a song, right? Nothing came out. Nothing came out at all. So here I am, about 22,000 aspirins later. Lots of calls to the doctor saying, what is this? And, of course, it wasn't that big thing. It wasn't that thing because I had that thing in 2020, and I am not getting that thing again. And here, last year in March, I had a flu too, and I missed about a month or so. But this is closer to 2 months. So a lot has happened in that time in terms of world history. But something, we don't really care about that here. I'll tell you why. Because I get asked about that. Why don't you discuss current events? And first of all, my nose is still a little clogged up. First of all, you can get that current event stuff any place now. It seems like that's now. There was a time when on cable TV they would exploit stand-up comedians, and they were all over. And then they went to fashion models, because they're a little cheaper and quieter than stand-up comedians. And then Then they discovered news. And holy mackerel, they say, here's something that's changing, and we can get people angry with it. And when you get people angry, they're going to tune in and listen. And what better yet, you can get people afraid. If you can get, I was out during that whole balloon thing from China. I was out for all of that stuff. And does it make a difference? A year later, are we going to even remember it? But there are eternal things in the world, eternal problems, and something, you're not supposed to use the word problem anymore. If you notice that, nobody has problems, they have issues. To me, issue is like Newsweek, or used to be. There is no Newsweek now. I know there's a website that calls itself that, but they bought the name, and it's, that's just how the news works. It's a brand now. So the world changes because the changing world is good for ratings. The main things stay the same. I missed, I was out for the whole beer can thing, so I don't think that's going to. Yeah. This is the last thing in the world I needed lying around with the flu was hearing people talk about beer. I was nauseated enough as it is. They didn't need to hear about beer. And that's just, so I had to put the radio away. Naturally, I don't have a television set because to me, television is just intrusive. I don't deal with that. And you know, I spent too many years in the media business to not know that they're really out there to try to just hurt you and try to scare you and try to keep you off balance. There were several big media firings while I was holed up here in the International House of Sneezing. That's what it turned out to be, and let me understand that. Yeah, you know, there's a whole industry where you have to keep commenting on what's going on in the news. And it's like when I was a little kid, and maybe a lot of you know about this too, you've done this too. All the little boys would be playing with yo-yos. And then suddenly everybody would have a top, you know, the little kind of top that you would wrap a string around and do tricks. And then, okay, so I'll play with a top. And then a little later, everybody was suddenly playing with a Duncan yo-yo again. And I think that was just to get us all accustomed to being yanked around. I was hesitating there, looking for the cleanest way I could possibly say that. But there you go. And when you're on the sidelines, as I was for 60 days, because then other things come to mind, and I started remembering people I'd known over the years. I remembered a guy I knew from Moose Jaw, Alaska. Now, you see, where does that come up? That bubbled into my head, too. He was from Moose Jaw, Alaska, and he moved way down south to San Francisco, which to him is south. And he became a teacher of improvisational comedy technique. And he held classes in that. And the goal of that was to prepare the performer to be able to improvise for an audition so that they could get a part in a TV series. And I thought of this guy because he had one student who was incorrigible. I mean, the student just ran amok. No matter what the scene was, no matter what they were trying to do, he would just go crazy. And he said to this guy, you know, I can't really work with you. I can't do anything with you because, I mean, you're not helping yourself by being so undisciplined. I mean, what do you think? They're going to put together a TV show just so that you can just run amok and do silly things and crazy stuff? It isn't going to happen. Well, of course, the guy's telling me this over a drink because he was drinking a lot at that time, because the guy he spoke that to was a young fella named Robin Williams. Now, that's funny to me. He said, what do you think they're going to do, Robin? Write a TV series just for you? Well, that's kind of what happened. So I guess by way, and of course the message there, and he knew it, my friend knew it, that the message is don't take advice like that. You know, if you just do what you do, be who you are, do what you want to do in that sense. That doesn't mean, you know, if you feel like shoving somebody out of the window, do it. But Lord knows there's people, well, never mind. Let's not go there. We want to be positive and upbeat. But you see, when you're lying around in bed for 60 days and sick, and you went from the stage saying, gee, I can't wait to get better. So you get to a point where saying, I hope I don't die. And then you get to the point where saying, I hope I do die, you know, because it's just so bad. But remember, and I mean this quite seriously, because one of the things that really irks me about people in general is the habit people have of putting themselves down. And I say that because there's a lot of people in this world who are willing to put you down. You know that. You've encountered them. You've experienced them. They have tried to put you down. So why do you want to do their job for you? But you know you better than anyone else. And I'm going to tell you this is the secret to it. It's comparison. Don't do that. Don't compare. Don't compare, because, yeah, you know, let's say you can't write like F. Scott Fitzgerald or Hemingway, but they couldn't write like you. You can't paint like Picasso, but Picasso couldn't paint like you. Just be yourself and don't compare yourself to other people. And what happens will happen. You'll find success doing what you want to do, and you don't need the approval of other people. That was what really killed me about so many people in the entertainment business, is they really just live for approval. It was just approval. I'm not going to mention any names except Danny Aiello, and I'm going to mention him because it's okay. There's nothing wrong with Danny Aiello. He was a wonderful guy. I knew his son Rick Aiello. Great family, nice people. Well, I was working in a particular comedy club, and it was the anniversary, and it was the 25th anniversary. It was been a long time, this club. And Danny Aiello came because he had started there as I think he was a bartender, and then they did improvisational acting, and I think you can guess what the name of the place was, but he gave a short little speech. He said, I'd like to thank he thanked the place for allowing me to make $1 million a year now. Now, Danny Aiello was making $1 million a year. Okay, fine. There was one actor who was there and heard that. And for weeks afterwards, he would strike up conversations with me about the weather, about the news, about anything in the world. And he'd say, after a couple of minutes, you don't really think that Danny Aiello actually makes $1 million, do you? He couldn't handle that. He couldn't deal with that. I'm not going to tell you his name because you've seen him all over television many times, and there's no point in that. But I mean, and he does have a reputation for being neurotic. However, don't beat yourself up, is what I'm saying. Don't beat yourself up, because there's plenty of people out there in the world who are more than happy to do that for you. And that is my lesson in life. If I could share that with anyone, be positive. Be as positive as possible. Because, look, it is possible to have really horrible things happen to you in life and still be happy. That doesn't mean that you have to be a gibbering fool and say that, because let's face it, if something happens to you and somebody says to you, that was a blessing in disguise, that means the universe really screwed you over. So let's not get too carried away there. But the essence of being a happy person is contentment. And the essence of that is being secure. And if you find yourself feeling insecure, examine that. Ask yourself why you feel insecure. But to find out that somebody else in your field is making more money than you are, and that if that ruins your year, you're in the wrong business. That's crazy. It's like, a little news person, a person on a cable news show was fired the other day, and I'm stunned. Well, of course, I spend a lot of time around news people, TV news people especially, and I can tell you that the one thing that they know for sure is that every morning when they wake up, they have a very good chance of being fired by the time the sun sets. It's just that's the nature of the business. And they'll get hired somewhere else. If being fired stuns you, there was another one who was fired a year or so ago from the same place, and he had to go into therapy over that. Usually I would go into the unemployment office when I got fired, but it didn't occur to me to go into therapy. But you see, this is because the people are beating themselves up. They identify themselves with their job and with their success, and you're never going to be successful like that. You're never going to be that successful. There's always going to be insecurity. I'm not going to mention names, but there was an actor I knew. And I'm not mentioning names because I'm such a kind-hearted person. I'm saving it for my book. No, I wouldn't do that then. But I knew this guy who was a hardworking actor, very hardworking actor. And all he wanted was to be in the original cast of a hit Broadway show, because then you can clean up financially. And he did it. And he was in a big hit, got a Tony Award that year, the award, the big one. And he was sitting on top of the world. And I happened to be at his table at a restaurant with a bunch of other people. And his agent came by, and after and I'll clean the obscenities up here. after he achieved his life's goal and got himself a starring role in a hit Broadway show that he got a Tony Award for, he turned to his agent and he said, "Now do you think you can get me a movie?" So you see, this is why I have no ambition. I really don't. And the funny thing is, once I stopped having any ambitions in life, everything I wanted in the world came to me. Go figure that one out, right? I'd like to write a book about not having any ambition, but in order to write a book like that, you have to aspire to do it. And how are you going to write? How do you aspire to write a book about dropping all your aspirations? See, that's a bit of a tough one there. But you see, I'm going to come out like a hypocrite no matter what I do. But at the very least, you can have dreams. We all have dreams, but don't let the two things. Don't beat yourself up, and don't let your aspirations and ambitions become your reason to exist, because then you are going to be disappointed and you're going to end up hating yourself. And you don't want to do that because you're stuck with you. Hating yourself is not going to be a good solution. And these are the kind of things that were playing through my mind for the last 60 days. And like I said, I said at the top, I may just be able to talk for an hour because I'm so backlogged mentally. I missed you guys. I missed it. I missed the whole thing. I'm very sorry to all the people who had tried to schedule readings with me, but it was impossible. There were some people who ordered some books, and of course, the best way to get books, I was telling them, was, to go to mojoacademy.org and get them directly from the printing plant, because if you get them through, let's say, Amazon or contacting me, you probably would have gotten a surprise bonus with your books, which was a bucket load of viruses. You don't want that. I don't like mailing things to people when I'm sick, but I'm better now, theoretically. The question is, will I be back next week? Tune in next week to find out. But we're here now, and we're going to make the most of it now. And I am really thrilled to be back. I had a miserable 2 weeks, but I was looking forward to this moment, and here it is. Now, was that ambition? Maybe. It's a small ambition nonetheless, but it might have been let's say it's an aspiration and not an ambition. But those are the things that I was thinking about, which is, as I was reflecting on what the comical opera that passes for my life, don't be ambitious. If you aspire to not being ambitious, of course, is an ambition. So it's a treadmill, you see. But you'll see what I mean when you work on that, because you have everything you need now. Anything else is icing on the cake. Now, that said, icing is a lot of fun. So I'm not putting that down, that's for sure. I love successful stuff, but the key is to not see yourself as a failure simply because you didn't get something that you didn't have much of a chance of getting anyway. See what I mean? Because these things can happen to anybody. That's an old saying in the theater, by the way. You can play to an empty house, or you could become a big star. Becoming the true people who became big stars understood, who maintained their mental health, understood that that could happen to anybody. So there you go. Well, listen, we have got the whole rest of the show ahead of us, and let's do some reading. You know what I'm doing? I'm babbling because I'm feeling insecure, because I haven't done this for 2 months, and I have this little nagging voice in the back of my head that says, suppose you forgot how tarot cards work. But that's not going to happen, because we're here tonight. And if you want to know more about what I do, if you've never heard me before, this is surely a weird introduction to me. But you can learn more about me at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and there's like 100 pages of information there, and I add to it all the time. I did manage during my illness to put up a new celebrity horoscope, although this is not really a celebrity. This is a notorious person in a sense. I put up a horoscope for Hunter Biden. It's a birth chart for Hunter Biden, and that's worth reading. So you go to magic-works.com and look at the horoscopes there, the celebrity horoscopes. You'll find some interesting stuff there, and you'll also find out how you can get your own birth chart for the astounding sum of nothing, absolutely nothing. Take advantage of that. So let's do this. Let's get back to the way we used to do it. Ring the bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Look at that. I just cut the tarot cards just to see what the feeling for the night is going to be. And I got the sun, which is health and happiness and healing and growth. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So here we go. We're now in sacred space, and the cards are all shuffled up. And we're going to get to our first reading, which is, let's see, Sierra in Milwaukee. You know something? I saw that, and I thought that was the place. I was trying to find the name. So I'm sorry. That must happen to you all the time. But now, wait a minute. I almost said hi, Sierra, and hi, Sierra, which is another. There was a waitress at a comedy club named Leah, and every once in a while the comics would say, "Hi, Leah," and then they'd start laughing because they realized they mentioned a racetrack, "Hi, Leah," you know. And she would look at them and said, "Yeah, that was funny the first 2,000 times." So you just brought that to my mind because I was just about to say hi, Sierra. But hello, Sierra. How are you tonight?
Hello, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm glad to be here. That's it. You know, I was knocking on heaven's door there for a while, but I'm back, and this is my first show in 2 months, and you're my first experimental subject in 2 months. So experimental, I mean, to see if I know what the hell I'm doing, right? So what can I look at for you today? What can I look at for you?
I actually had 2 questions as well. Career-wise, I'm thinking about leaving my current job to something new, and I'm kind of
okay. Wait, hold, stop right there, because I just cut the deck when you said that, and I got the page of rods. The rods are career, and the page is the appearance of something new. So you're on the right track here, and the 2 of rods is here, so that's about. Getting the 2 of rods is about waiting for the results of something that you've done career-wise. So yeah, and I also have the 8 of cups, which is about walking away from something that isn't working for you and going to something better. So the cards are all showing that's very good. They also have the 7 of cups here, which shows me that you have a really strong imagination, and that's good because you can see possibilities where other people don't. That's good. That's good. So all of these things, the reason I stopped you there is because it's showing me exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to see, there I've got it again. That's the sun. That's the card I had earlier. That's good. Health, healing, growth, happiness. Yeah, you are on the right track. You are getting something new is going to work out well for you. Now, there was another question you had?
I've been single for 2 years, and I'm about ready to start dating, but I haven't met no one interesting.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Now, because, I mean, you're going to get it. I'm sure these cards are going to answer it because the first thing was right on the money. That the cards really responded to you there. So let's see what we get. Okay. Here's the 3 of cups, and that's interesting because that means that when it comes up, cups are about romance, by the way. You see, I told you these cards would respond to you. They're about emotions and affairs of the heart and all, but when asked about a relationship, if cups come up, that's really good. The 3 of cups is here. It means you're probably going to meet somebody through friends, but you're still going to have a little time out. That the next is the 4 of swords. The 4 of swords is about taking a break and some time out, but it's not going to last very long this time out because the wheel of fortune is there right afterwards, and the wheel of fortune is about the situation changing. The next card I have is the Ace of Cups. And the cups, like I said, are about romance. And then there's the Queen of Cups. So this is telling me that it's come. Oh gosh, here's the 4 of Cups. I knew these cards would respond to you, because when you asked about career, you got rods, and then you ask about romance, and you're getting cups. The overall thing I've got here is you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but you're probably going to meet somebody, and it's going to be very interesting, and it's going to come out through friends. It's going to be good. Let me ask you this: was that a bad relationship that you were in, the last relationship?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll tell you why I ask you that. And I'm very delicate about that because it could be. There's so many reasons for people being single, and they're not always that. And this one, I ask you because there's another cup card here, and that's the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups shows a person who is looking at 3 spilled cups, which is disappointment, and behind her are 2 other cups that are not spilled. So it's about partial disappointment. It's about something that didn't work out, but you're still a little focused on that. The person in the card is still focused on what didn't work. And at some point soon, she's going to turn around and see the other 2 cups, and then she'll find what she wants. So that's overall the impression I have from all of the cards. So you're going to meet somebody through your friends, but it's going to take a little while. It's not going to be terribly long, but it'll be a little bit longer than you would like. But when you do meet this person, it's going to be very good, and it'll get your mind off of what went wrong the last time, because you'll have a very good time. Here, the Knight of Cups, too. See, all these cup cards tell me that there is romance in your future. You can't escape it. You must be a very lovable person, right?
I am. I just try to pick my battles wisely.
Yeah, well, this is something that we all look back on, I guess, and because I think that what happened is probably the oldest question that human beings ever asked, and yet we're still asking it all the time because we don't know what happened, what hit us. Here's the Lover's card, so it's all here. It's all here. You are going to meet somebody through friends, but it'll take a little bit longer than you might be happy with, but it's not terrible. It's not like years. I'm talking about just a little bit longer than you want. That's all. But you will be meeting somebody, and it'll be a very good one. It'll be an interesting relationship because of the Knight of Cups. That's kind of up and down. It's going to be very exciting, is what I'm saying, and you'll enjoy it. But the Knights also, they refer to something new beginning. Good. This is a card I'm glad I got. It's the 10 of Swords. This is a card that says the trouble is over. Whatever unhappiness and discord and doubt and trouble you have from the way the last relationship ended, it's going to be over. You're going to be fine. Okay?
I appreciate that.
So you're headed for a good time. And it's not going to be terribly long. It's just going to feel like you're really ready to go, and it's going to be a little bit longer than you want, but it's worth the wait. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, because it's a very upbeat, very positive reading on both scores. You're going to do well in terms of work, and you're going to do well in terms of romance. So I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, the on-again, off-again host. Usually I'm a recording, and you're probably listening to this as a recording too, but a lot of people are listening live for the first time since February because I have been away. I went out to explore the world of being sick to death. That's one way to look at it. Karen in Washington is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi,
yeah,
how are you
from
tonight?
Wapato, Washington.
Wow, how is it out there today?
Oh, beautiful. I'm in the apple capital of the world.
Oh, brother, I just had an apple the other day, and because I believe in, eating apples, let's face it. So chances are here in New York City, my apples come from your area?
Yep. Yakima Valley.
Well, the Yakima Valley?
Yes.
See, the only thing I know about that is the great stuntman, Yakima Canutt, who was John Wayne's stuntman, and his son was Charlton Heston's stuntman, and that's where I first heard of Yakima. But wow, that sounds like such a beautiful place to be in. What does it look like when the apple trees are all blooming and growing fruit?
Oh, God. Beautiful. We have cherries, apples, peaches, nectarines. We're the fruit bowl.
Wow. You know, I was just telling my wife I got to get out and get to the store because it's about time we get cherries that aren't from South America, because, you know, down there we'll get them off season. But up here we should be getting cherries very soon, and we sure miss that. And they're good for you. Apples and cherries are really good for the health. So what can I look at for you tonight?
My health and well-being.
Okay. Well,
I just got recently diagnosed, and I'm being treated for ulcerative colitis. I've been suffering for over 10 years.
well,
I just got diagnosed in November, but I'm so drained. I'm tired all the time.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because as soon as you said that, the first card I got is the Chariot. And the Chariot shows a person holding it in a small chariot with, sometimes it's horses, sometimes it's a sphinx, but one is black and one is white. And one wants to go this way and one wants to go that way. And the person is working to keep them together and keep it on track. And that's a person who is putting in a lot of effort to be secure. You know what I mean? That it's draining. I was going to ask you if you're very tired a lot. Now that's a duality. We'll get to the good news. That's the duality, though. That's the white, the black. Look at the picture of the card of the Chariot on the internet sometime. If you don't have a deck of cards of your own, you take a look. You'll know exactly what I mean, because it's about a person who's really using all their strength to just keep this thing moving in one direction. The next card I have is the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords represents a stalemate, nothing moving, nothing happening. You feel stuck in one position.
Yes.
The next card I have, and this is the third time I've gotten this tonight, so I'm really happy to see it, is the Sun. Of course, the Sun we're talking about fruit and vegetables and all of that. You know, that the Sun is the source of all that. The Sun is the source of all life. The Sun is the source of health, and the Sun card is about health and growth and happiness and recovering. So it seems to me that that's in your future, because the next card, this is a very dull, happy reading here, right, is the World. The card of the World means assured success. So it's telling me that you're working really hard to make it better, to get through it. I really understand what you're going through from personal experience myself. And because I've don't even get me started with the health problems but sometimes you feel like you are holding wild horses and trying to keep them in one direction, and you know that's almost not a metaphor. That's almost how it really feels. But that situation isn't going to change for a while. That's the Two of Swords, because it's reached a sort of balance. But then healing comes in the Sun, and then the World, which is assured success. So I think that from these cards, I'm seeing that the situation is going to break your way. If you can just hang in there, because it's very good. It's just so the effort is tremendous, and I know that every day it feels like you're running a race, but that's not going to last. Let me see if I get one more card. The Emperor. You're going to be empowered. You are going to be empowered. And there's the Eight of Cups, which means that you're going to leave the bad stuff behind you. So yes, your future is good. The problem is your present is not. But the outcome is going to be good. Just to get through, do what you need to do with your medical team and get through the present, because one day it will be the future, and you'll do well. I've got the Fool here. The Fool is the card of the beloved of God. The Gypsies, the Romani people, believe that the person who gets if there were any negative cards in this reading, that will cancel them. See, you have divine power and divine protection. So keep that in mind. Seriously, you've gotten this far, and you're right on the brink of a breakthrough. That's the Sun card. So hang in there, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So I also, as I mentioned to the previous caller, at the end of the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. And I'm never going to look at an apple or a cherry again without thinking of you. Isn't that, I seriously, I mean it. And I truly appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye now. And hey, look at that. We passed the halfway mark, and that's because I spent time babbling at the beginning. So let's unbabble now a little bit and go right down to the next reading, which is Sarah in Montana. Hi, Sarah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. How are you tonight?
I'm great. And yourself?
Well, I'm much better than I have been in the last, like I said, I've been out for 2 months with a flu, but here I am. My nose is a little bit clogged, but I'm okay. Oh, man.
Well,
So,
that.
on top of that, though, we've got this pollen hitting the air now, and I have developed sensitivities to that over the years, which is my heart goes out to people who have had lifelong allergies. I had no idea how much
It's here too in Montana.
Yeah, well, that's life, right? that's
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if humans are an invasive species, but here we are. So what can I look at for you?
Here we are.
Yeah.
I just am wondering, I'm kind of at a crossroads in my career.
Okay. Well, let's see what I've got here. Well, that's good. This is interesting stuff. The Four of Cups is here. That's an interesting card. That's telling me that there's going to be an opportunity coming your way. You just don't see it yet. But something is happening. This is a person is looking and thinking and pondering 3 cups, and there's a little cloud off to the side in most of the decks, and a hand is coming out and holding and offering a new cup. So something is coming your way. It hasn't made itself clear yet. The Ace of Swords is here, and that's important because this is telling me that you are developing new ways of thinking and new ways of seeing the world and seeing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a tough time.
Absolutely.
One of the ways that we can tell, unfortunately, that we are changing is we start losing friends. What happened to you? You're not the way you used to be. So that's
right.
Well, of course you're not. Because you're changing, but it'll be okay. It will be okay because I see after that the 6 of Coins, which is a card of philanthropy in its broadest sense, but it's a card of money coming your way, which tells me that you're going to figure out what to do career-wise to enhance your income. And you're going to be good at it because the next card is the 10 of Cups, which is about a happy home and great success and joy. And here's another insight, which I think I really am happy to see, is the Empress. The Empress is a person who can make things grow and make things, combined with an imagination, the ability to make these things happen. The imagination meaning your new way of thinking, that your mind is growing. But you can translate that into action, and you can make things happen. This is why the Empress card, the woman in the card, is always surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that, because this person can make things grow. So you are definitely, your mind is expanding for the better. You're doing okay. There's an offer that's coming your way that you don't even know what it is yet. So you don't have to knock yourself out trying to figure it out. Oh, you'll know it when it comes your way. You'll know.
I've been presented with an opportunity, and I've been a little hesitant to accept it because I don't know. It's jumping into something that I don't know if I am capable of doing it. I would pretty much be carrying a company.
Wow.
But I know a lot of people love me and I'm well loved, but also it worries me as well.
Well,
I haven't made
I understand because it's there was a time, and this cost me a friend, like I was saying about changing, when I was offered the chance to write a show for Broadway, which got very close to Broadway, but unfortunately didn't work. But I was hired.
Very cool, though.
I was hired to write it. And of course, I had no playwriting experience other than I had done some sketches for some shows that were produced here and there and had some minor stuff produced. But my wife and I had a friend who majored in theater, and he was very upset. Well, why'd they pick you? What makes you think you can do the job? See, now that was the question. Why did I think I could do the job? And my answer to him is, this is what I'll tell you. And I tell this in similar situations. I think it applies. It's not my job to know if I can do the job or not. It's their job. They're the professionals, and they think I can do the job. So if they think I can do the job, who am I to question their wisdom? So I took the job. What can I tell you? And I still own the show to this day, but I don't think anything's ever going to come of it. But it was a blast. I had a great time. I met a lot of interesting people, and
That sounds like a blast.
and yet there was always this question: why did he pick me? Well, he picked me because he saw something I had written. And it didn't hurt that the Daily News, which is the largest circulation paper here, had written an article about the show that I had written once before, but that was just like a one-man monologue thing. So you see what I'm saying? Is the point is, you don't know if you can do it or not, but the people who offered it to you, it's their job to know who can do it. So maybe they know something about you that you don't, right? It's worth a shot.
True.
But there's also there is another, like I said, I'm getting signs of another opportunity coming your way. Now that doesn't mean hold off on the other thing, because I would never ever substitute the card's judgment for your own. Just beware that there's something else cooking, and keep your antenna out, because you're going to have choices, and you're going to do well. It's you're growing and changing, and that's a scary thing. And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people won't do that. And sometimes sometimes in life it pays to just throw your oars overboard and see where the canoe goes, right? But you're in a good position. Yeah. You're doing really well. Here's the Knight of Swords, man. That is another good one. The Ace of Swords and the Knight of Swords, all about new activity in the mind. So you're growing. If you feel that you are, the cards are confirming that is what's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm growing in every way, spiritually and just every way in my life that you can imagine. It's definitely progressing, and it feels
powerful,
good. At times it's scary, but it is very powerful, and it is a little scary, but sometimes I just try to ignore it and just go do whatever I want, and then other times I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't ignore this. I got to do something,
I know, and I think we're all neurotic creatures anyway, because I don't want to go into this now, only because I will talk for 5 hours if we do this, but I believe that thinking is overrated. So that's one of the reasons I'm attracted to tarot, because it cuts through the thinking and it shows us things and lets us see it. But yet, on the other hand, we have to interpret the cards, and that requires thought. So everything is a paradox. I just think that I happen to believe, in this short summary, is that everything wrong in the world today began with somebody saying, hey, I got a great idea to make things better. And, there it is. I mean, like, who knew when they were warned, actually. People were warned when they decided to put windmills out over the ocean in New Jersey, and now loads of whales are washing up dead. And they were told that would happen.
Ooh.
They were told, don't do that. You're going to mess up the whales because of the vibrations and the sound. So, it's just, I just say that thinking is overrated, but we can't help it. We're creatures who think and talk, so the thing is to moderate it a bit. And things like tarot, wow, I'm pausing because I just wanted to pull one more card for you, and this is a spectacular card. But things like tarot get us through the mental chatter and get us right to the heart of the matter. Now, this is a card that indicates that one period of your life is about to end and a new one begin. That's probably what you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what it's a card that scares people because of bad horror movies, but it's not a scary card. It's the death card. And the death card has a sunrise in it. The sunrise indicates that this is the end of one period in your life and the beginning of another one. And that's a marvelous, marvelous thing to have. I don't get that card very often, but you're at the cusp of so much wonderful change coming soon. So this is a very good time for you. Trust
Thank
yourself.
you very, very much. I appreciate it.
You got yourself this far. You're going to get yourself further too. My pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi. Let's see if we can get another one in there because, gosh, I'm having a great time reading here, which is I've been so isolated from humanity for 2 months that this just feels great. Are we going to Kristen in Islip next?
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Oh, hi. How are you doing, Kristen? Hi.
I'm good.
Oh,
thank
you're
you.
a neighbor. Out in Islip, New York. You're a neighbor. I'm just off Times Square here in Manhattan.
Oh, okay. Just a short little train right away.
Yeah. So if we survive it, the way things are going in New York these days,
Yeah.
but, it's really not that bad. I look at other cities and I see that we're not. I know they say New York is the safest city, big city in the country, but it isn't actually. The stats show quite otherwise. But we're not as bad either. We're slam in the middle there. So anyway, what can I look at for you tonight?
Someone to maybe connect with my mom if possible.
Okay, I'm assuming that she's passed.
Yes.
Okay, is that recent?
It's been 5 years, 5.5 years.
Okay, that's in the scheme of things, that's nothing, right? Let's see.
Feels like forever, but yes.
Yeah, well, that's this is just something I never did before. I got into doing tarot on Ask One Radio. I never thought of doing that kind of a reading, and I figured, why not? Let's give it a try. And I've had wonderful results with it. And I can tell you that they're almost all. I always get the same thing, which is sadness followed by happiness. And I try to look for direct messages, but there are a few cards that I look for to see if I'm actually getting a message, like obviously the death card or the judgment. Well, here's the judgment card. I was just saying the judgment card. Now I've got that because pictorially it shows a resurrection. The angel blowing a horn and the souls coming up out of the grave. So let's say that is verification that we are going to make contact.
Okay, great.
And I'll shuffle them again. And
she was saying that she was being judgmental of me.
Let me do this, because here it is again. I got the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by 3 swords, and the heart is crying. See, there's great sadness.
Okay.
But yet and then I get the High Priestess, which is also a card I look for to verify these readings, because the High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil, meaning the veil between this life and the next.
Right.
And then I have the World, which is a card of success, which is telling me that the spirit feels a degree of achievement at this point.
Okay.
I can't understand these 3 cards I just got in any way other than this is a message, because it's almost statistically impossible to get these 3 cards one after the other. I have the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Rods, and the Ace of Coins. To get 3 aces at one time like that goes against the odds.
Wow.
Aces mean new beginnings.
Okay.
Now, a new beginning. I'm a little flustered because it's just mind-blowing to get these 3 cards like that. It's telling me that the message is that there's new things coming your way in terms of emotional stuff like romance and well-being and happiness. And then the rods mean work and career and how you earn a living. And then the coin, the Ace of Coins, that speaks for itself. It's about money coming in. Money matters. Right. So there's going to be new things happening and successful things happening for you in those 3 areas. That seems to be the message, But again, the first thing was I'm sad. And then the second one was the card of success, and yet I've gotten through this all right. And now on to you is what the cards are saying. Look for the message I'm getting here is look for good things to come your way in terms of emotional life, financial life, and work life.
That all makes sense, actually.
Well, I'm glad because, when I do these kind of things, I feel like I'm getting something coming through me, through the cards.
Yeah.
And I don't need to know what it's about. I'm just saying,
Right.
I'm still a little flabbergasted that I got one after the other, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Coins, and the Ace of Rods.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, like I said, the odds are way against getting three of those at once.
Right.
So this followed the pattern. There's the sadness because the loss, we experience the loss. So do they when they go over.
Right.
Look, I hope to stick around as long as I can, but I'm really curious about what happens. And of course, you can read Omar Khayyam. The only way to know is to go. And I'm not that eager to learn at this point, but I will be at some point, I'm sure. But it's always tinged with sadness and yet happiness. So
I believe that makes sense.
So you're entering a good period. A good period. See, now here's the Nine of Swords. That's a card of sorrows. And then that's followed. Well, was your mother a very religious person?
Off and on.
Because I have the Hierophant here, which is a card of religious authority. So who knows? Maybe the spirit is learning about these things. But but I'm going to take those three ace cards as meaning that's the spirit's message to you, is that you're about to get good stuff happening your way in terms of these three areas of life.
Okay, great. Definitely use all three of those.
Yeah. Great. So you can always follow up and let me know how it works out, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. My email I'm so easy to find, but my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. But I'm easy to find through just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and you'll find loads of ways to find me. There's a contact form at my website. You can get through to me through askonradio.com, all kinds of stuff. But I'd be interested to know how this works out, because that's one of the most unusual afterlife readings I've ever gotten. And I was just about to say the only thing missing is the Ace of Swords. Guess which card I just got? The Ace of Swords. Now you see, there are people who don't believe that I do this anyway, and I've been threatening for a while now to move over to video, and then you people can see the cards, and yet still people are going to say, well, you're just doing card tricks, But no, this is the real deal. This is authentic. When I started reading tarot, somebody I had known at that time for about 25 years told me, well, you're just doing card tricks. And I said, you've known me 25 years. Have I ever done a card trick? You never saw me do a card trick. But no, so listen, here it is.
And I heard it in your voice. You were doing it too. I heard like the shock in your voice.
Yeah, I so much I wanted to be cool, but I couldn't do it. And now with this Ace of Swords coming up, so you got all four of them. You got all four. So message, there is a direct message here to you, which is that every aspect of your life is going to be getting better. Okay, I've got to run. I've got less than 2 minutes to go. So please, if you want to get in touch with me at any point, do that. And I will be happy to
Thank you so much.
Do a little follow-up for you. My pleasure.
Great.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
And hey, that's it, folks. That's it for this edition, the actual, real edition, not just the rebroadcast edition of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. My first in 2 months, and we can kiss that flu goodbye, and hope that I can keep my vitamin content goes to bat. But sometimes the old body just gives in to those little viruses, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we will get together next week again. We will. But in the meantime, like I said, you can email me. Any of you want to have a couple of cards pulled on the house, that's fine with me. The email is asktarot@earthlink.net, asktarot@earthlink.net. And check out my website, magic-works.com, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff there. So until we get together next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mary. I'm from Australia, and welcome to A1R Radio Network. And this is my first show, and it's called Understanding Spirit. Today, we are going to do a short meditation and to connect with your main guide, especially for all of you that are feeling quite intuitive and don't know how to go from here. So I'll get you all to just relax.